Hello and welcome to my channel. Here I tell interesting stories. Don't forget to subscribe.
That night, the sky above Crete was so clear it seemed you could reach out and touch the stars. Icarus lay on his back on the cold stone floor of the tower, staring up through a narrow slit of a window. He was 15 years old, and for 3 years he had seen nothing but these gray walls, that small patch of sky above his head, and his father's face. "Father," he called out softly. Daedalus didn't answer. He sat against the far wall, drawing something with his finger in the dust on the stone floor. He did this every night. Drew, erased, drew again. Icarus had long since stopped asking what he was drawing. His father never explained anyway. "Father, do you think the birds can see us from up here?" Daedalus raised his head. In the darkness, his eyes glittered like two burning coals. "Birds see everything," he said. "That is exactly why I watch them." "And what do you see?" The old man stood up, walked to the window, and stood beside his son. He was silent for a long moment, looking at the stars. "I see a way out," he said at last. Icarus propped himself up on one elbow. "A way out? There is no way out of here. Minos has locked every door, guards every shore. His ships patrol the sea day and night." "The sea and the land, yes," Daedalus agreed, "but there is one more road, my son, one that only the birds travel." Icarus looked at his father, then back at the sky. "The sky?" Daedalus smiled, for the first time in many months. "The sky," he confirmed. Daedalus was considered the greatest craftsman in the world. This was not mere flattery. It was a fact acknowledged even by his enemies. He had built a wooden cow for Queen Pasiphae. He had created the bronze giant Talos, who walked the shores of Crete 3 times a day, guarding the island from foreign ships. He had invented mechanisms that no other man in the known world had ever dreamed of. But his greatest work was the labyrinth. King Minos had ordered him to build an underground palace, vast, winding, with no way out. It was meant to hold the Minotaur, a monster with a human body and the head of a bull, which devoured people. Daedalus built the labyrinth so well that he himself barely found the exit after finishing the work. The Minotaur sat in the labyrinth. Every 9 years, the Athenians sent their tribute, 7 young men and 7 young women, to be fed to the beast. Minos was satisfied, and then came the Athenian hero Theseus. Daedalus never knew exactly how it all unfolded. People said many things, but the fact remained. Theseus entered the labyrinth, killed the Minotaur, and walked back out. He found his way out because Minos' daughter Ariadne had given him a ball of thread to follow back through the darkness. And it was Daedalus who had given Ariadne that thread. When Minos learned of this, his rage was terrible. He did not execute Daedalus. The craftsman was too valuable, but he locked him away with his son in a tall tower on a cliff above the sea. No tools, no materials, no hope of escape. That is what Minos believed. What he did not know was the most important thing of all. You cannot take away a man's most dangerous tool, his mind. The first year, Icarus barely spoke. He was a teenager torn away from everything familiar. Before the imprisonment, he had lived in his father's workshop, surrounded by the smells of wood and metal, among drawings and mechanisms. He had friends among the sons of Cretan craftsmen. He loved to run along the seashore and watch the fishermen haul in their nets. Now all of that was gone. The tower was tall and narrow like a well turned upside down. At the bottom was a door guarded by 2 soldiers who changed every 6 hours. Twice a day, food and water were brought to them. once a week, an armful of straw for bedding. The window near the ceiling was far too small for a person to squeeze through, and the height was such that even if someone managed to climb out, they would fall onto the rocks below. Icarus sat and stared at that window. He watched the light change. He watched the clouds drift past. Sometimes, especially at dawn, birds would fly by. Seagulls, petrels. Once, an eagle, enormous, with a wingspan wider than a man's height. It flew so close to the window that Icarus heard the air being cut by its wings. "Did you see that?" he shouted to his father. "An eagle, a real eagle." Daedalus looked up from his eternal drawings and nodded. "I saw it. Watch his wings carefully when he flies, how he holds them when he glides, how he bends them when he turns." "What for?" "Remember it," was all his father said. Icarus didn't understand then, but he began to look at birds differently, not simply as living creatures passing by, but as mechanisms, as problems that needed to be solved. That occupation saved his sanity through the first year. The second year was slightly easier. Daedalus began to talk more. He told his son about all his works, in detail with technical precision. He explained how he built the labyrinth, what principles he had used, how he calculated the dimensions of the corridors. "But why are you telling me all this?" Icarus asked one day. "We can't build anything here. We have no tools." "No," Daedalus agreed, "but we have time. I am teaching you to think, my son. Everything else is just hands, and hands obey the one who knows how to think." In the third year, Daedalus began to collect feathers. It began quietly and without ceremony. One morning, Icarus woke to find his father sitting by the window, holding something white in his hands. He walked closer. It was a feather, an ordinary seagull's feather that had drifted in through the gap in the window. Daedalus held it with great care, as though it were something precious. He examined it in the light. He ran his finger along the shaft, feeling the delicate barbs spread apart on either side. "Beautiful," said Icarus. "Perfect," his father corrected him. "Look, the central shaft, strong yet flexible. The barbs, light, connected to each other by tiny hooks you can barely see. The moment a bird preens a feather with its beak, all the hooks lock back into place. Nature created this over millions of years. We could never design anything better." "It's just a feather, father." "Right now, yes." Daedalus lifted his gaze to his son. "But 1,000 such feathers is a wing." Icarus slowly sat down beside him. "Are you serious?" "I am always serious when I speak about my work." From that day on, they began collecting feathers. Every morning they checked the windowsill. The wind sometimes carried feathers through the gap. When the guards brought food, Icarus quietly checked the cracks between the stones near the door. Once, a flock of pigeons flew past the window, and several feathers swirled in the air and fell straight into the tower. Icarus laughed so hard his sides ached. "They're bringing us our freedom themselves," he said. "All going according to plan," Daedalus replied seriously, though the corners of his eyes were laughing too. They hid the feathers behind the stones in the far corner, where the floor rose slightly and formed a small natural niche. The guards, during their searches, which were rare and lazy, never looked there. The collection grew slowly. After 3 months, they had around 100 feathers. "It's not enough," Daedalus would say, sorting through them before sleep. "We need at least 1,000 for each wing. We need 2,000. 3,000 would be better." 3,000 feathers? Icarus let out a low whistle. "That will take years." "Not necessarily," his father answered with a mysterious look. "We need help." Icarus stared at him in surprise. Whose help? Daedalus smiled. Someone who is already helping us every single day, without even knowing it. Icarus couldn't sleep that night. He lay on his straw mat and turned his father's words over in his mind. Someone helping them. Someone nearby. Someone who didn't even know they were helping. He ran through every person he could think of. The guards? No. They were loyal soldiers of Minos, rough and indifferent men who shoved the food bowls through the door without even glancing inside. The servants who occasionally cleaned the corridor below? Unlikely. They never came close enough. Then who? By morning he had his answer. Just after sunrise, as the first pale light crept through the window, a seagull landed on the outer ledge of the slit. It sat there for a moment, ruffling its feathers, entirely unbothered by the two humans watching it from inside. Then it shook itself, and 3 feathers drifted loose and floated down through the gap into the tower. Icarus watched them fall. Then he looked at his father. Daedalus was already smiling. "The birds," Icarus said slowly. "The birds," his father confirmed. "They rest on this ledge every morning. They lose feathers constantly. They have been dropping them into this room for 3 years. We simply weren't paying attention before." Icarus sat up straight. "So if we could somehow attract more of them..." "Exactly." Daedalus reached under his mat and pulled out a small piece of dried bread he had saved from the previous day's ration. "We begin tomorrow." That morning changed everything. They began leaving crumbs on the inner windowsill each day, saving small pieces from their meals. Within a week, the seagulls had found the offering. Within 2 weeks, they came in groups. Within a month, every morning brought a small flock of birds settling on the ledge, pecking at the crumbs, jostling each other, ruffling and preening their feathers, and dropping them one by one into the tower below. The collection grew faster now, 20 feathers a day, sometimes 30. Daedalus sorted them each evening by size and type. Large primary feathers for the frame of the wing, smaller ones for the body, the tiniest ones for the edges. He organized them into separate piles behind the stone niche, wrapped carefully in the straw from their bedding to keep them clean and undamaged. Icarus watched his father work and felt something shift inside his chest. Something that had been cold and heavy for 3 years was slowly starting to feel lighter. It felt like hope. But hope, as Icarus would soon learn, always comes with a price. Because on the very evening that they counted their 500th feather, Daedalus looked up from his work with an expression Icarus had never seen on his face before. Not excitement, not satisfaction. Fear. "Father, what's wrong?" Daedalus was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke in a low voice, barely above a whisper. "Someone has been watching us, son. For the past week. I didn't want to tell you until I was sure." The warmth in Icarus's chest turned to ice. "Who?" Daedalus glanced toward the door, then back at his son. "One of the guards," he said. "The young one. The one who always brings the evening meal." Icarus thought immediately of the boy, barely older than himself, with dark curly hair and quick nervous eyes that darted around the room whenever he came in. Icarus had noticed him, but thought nothing of it. What has he seen? "I'm not sure," said Daedalus quietly, "but last night when he brought the water, he didn't leave right away. He stood at the door for almost a full minute, listening." The two of them sat in silence. Outside the window, the sea murmured against the rocks far below. Somewhere in the dark, a nightbird called once and fell silent. "What do we do?" Icarus whispered. Daedalus looked at his son steadily, and in that moment Icarus saw something else in his father's eyes, something beneath the fear, something harder and colder and more determined. "We work faster," said Daedalus. His name was Lidos. Icarus had never known that until now. Guards were just guards, faceless men in bronze helmets who slid food bowls through the door gap and turned the lock without a word. But the morning after his father's warning, Icarus began to watch. Lidos was different from the others. He was young, 17 at most, perhaps even younger. Lean and wiry, with dark, curly hair that escaped from under his helmet no matter how many times he pushed it back. His hands were rough and calloused, not from sword work, but from something else, something manual. And when he moved carefully, like someone used to carrying fragile things. Most importantly, he looked. The other guards kept their eyes forward, staring at the wall opposite the door as they performed their duties, as though the prisoners didn't exist. Lidos looked at everything: the walls, the floor, the window, and sometimes very quickly, as though catching himself doing something forbidden, at Daedalus. Not at Icarus, at Daedalus. "He knows who you are," Icarus told his father that evening, keeping his voice so low it was barely a breath. Daedalus nodded slowly without looking up from the feathers he was sorting. "Most people on Crete know who I am. No, I mean he's interested, not like a guard watching a prisoner, like a student watching a teacher," Daedalus finished quietly. Icarus blinked. Yes, exactly like that. Daedalus was silent for a long moment. His fingers moved through the feathers steadily, mechanically, while his mind was clearly somewhere else entirely. "That," he said at last, "could be the most dangerous thing possible, or the most useful. How do we find out which?" His father finally looked up at him. "We give him something to look at." The next morning, Daedalus did something he had never done before in 3 years of imprisonment. He worked in plain sight. Usually all their work with the feathers happened at night, hidden in the darkest corner of the tower, wrapped in silence and shadow. But that morning, Daedalus moved to the center of the room, sat down cross-legged on the floor, and laid out a row of feathers in front of him in full view of the door. Icarus sat nearby, his heart hammering, watching the door. The morning meal came at sunrise. The slot at the bottom of the door scraped open. 2 bowls slid through. The slot closed. Nothing. Icarus let out a slow breath. "He didn't look," he whispered. "He looked," said Daedalus calmly, picking up a feather and examining it with deliberate slowness. "He looked the moment the slot opened. He saw everything. Now we wait." They ate their breakfast. The feathers lay on the floor between them. Time moved slowly, the way it always did in the tower. Then around midday, they heard it. Not the usual sound of the lock, a single hard click followed by the door swinging open. This was different, quieter, a very soft, careful scraping of metal, as though someone was working the mechanism slowly, one tumbler at a time, trying to make as little noise as possible. Icarus and Daedalus exchanged one glance. Neither of them moved. The door opened 2 inches, stopped. Then a voice came through the gap, barely above a whisper, tense and fast. "Are those real?" Daedalus looked at the door with complete calm. "Come in and see for yourself," he said. A pause that seemed to last forever. Then the door opened fully and Lidos stepped inside. He was alone. His helmet was tucked under his arm, an odd, informal gesture that Icarus had never seen a guard make. His dark eyes went immediately to the feathers on the floor, and in them was something raw and unconcealed, pure, desperate hunger. The look of someone who has been starving for something for a very long time. "You're building something," Lidos said. It wasn't a question. "I'm always building something," Daedalus replied. "Sit down." Lidos hesitated, then he sat. For a moment, no one spoke. The young guard stared at the feathers. Daedalus watched the young guard. Icarus watched them both, barely breathing. "My father was a craftsman," Lidos said suddenly, his voice low. "A woodworker. He died 2 years ago. Before he died, he used to tell me about you." He paused. He said you were the greatest mind he had ever heard of. "Your father was kind," said Daedalus. "He wasn't kind. He was honest. He never said anything he didn't mean." Lidos finally looked up from the feathers and met Daedalus's eyes. "I became a guard because it was the only work available after he died. I have 3 younger sisters to feed. I didn't choose this." "No one chooses their cage," said Daedalus quietly. "They only choose what they do inside it." Something in Lidos's face shifted at those words. Something cracked open, just slightly. "What are you building?" he asked again. Daedalus studied him for a long, measured moment. Then he said 6 words that changed everything. "A way out of here." The silence after those words was enormous. Lidos sat very still. His jaw tightened. His eyes moved from Daedalus to Icarus and back again. Icarus could see the calculation happening behind them, the weighing of risk against risk, loyalty against something deeper and less defined. "If I report this conversation," Lidos said slowly, "Minos will reward me, probably promote me. My sisters would eat better." "Yes," Daedalus agreed without flinching. "And if I don't report it, then you help us. And when we leave, you come with us." Lidos stared at him. "Come with you where?" "You're planning to escape from a tower on a cliff above the sea. There are no boats, no ropes long enough, no tunnels. I've checked every inch of this building. There is no way out." "There is one," said Daedalus. He glanced upward, toward the window, toward the sky. Lidos followed his gaze, stared at the narrow slit of light near the ceiling, then looked back at the feathers on the floor. And slowly, very slowly, his eyes widened. "That's..." He stopped, swallowed. "That's not possible. Everything I have ever built was impossible before I built it," Daedalus said simply. "The labyrinth was impossible. Talos was impossible. And yet Minos used both of them quite happily." "Wings," Lidos breathed. The word came out of him like something he hadn't meant to say out loud. "You're making wings." "We are making wings," Daedalus corrected, looking at him steadily. "If you choose to help us." Another long silence. Outside, somewhere far below, the sea moved against the rocks with its endless patient sound. A gull cried once, sharp and clear, and then was gone. Icarus watched Lidos's face and thought, "This is the moment, this exact second. Whatever this young guard decides right now will determine everything." Lidos looked down at his hands, his rough, calloused hands, the hands of a craftsman's son. Then he looked up. "What do you need?" he said. Daedalus allowed himself one small smile. "Wax," he said, "as much as you can get without drawing attention. Candles, if nothing else. And thread, strong thread. Linen, if possible." He paused. "And time. We need you to give us time without interruptions." "I can arrange which shifts I cover," Lidos said, already thinking practically, his craftsman's blood taking over from his fear. "I can make sure I take the evening shift every day. The other guards won't question it. None of them want the late hours. Good. The wax will be harder. The kitchens use tallow candles. I can take a few at a time without anyone noticing. He thought for a moment. There's a beekeeper near the eastern wall of the palace compound. He sells honey to the kitchens. Sometimes he brings slabs of raw honeycomb still in the wax. I can buy some at the market on my day off. Beeswax is better than tallow, Daedalus said with quiet satisfaction. Much better. It stays firm in cool air and melts cleanly in heat. He paused, and something shifted in his voice. Just slightly, just enough for Icarus to catch it, though it melts too quickly in very strong heat. Something about the way his father said those words made Icarus look at him sharply, but Daedalus had already moved on. How long until your next day off? He asked Lidos. 4 days. Good. Until then, the feathers. We need more. Many more. Daedalus gestured toward the window. You can access the outer ledge from the corridor above. Climb out and sweep whatever has collected there directly through the window gap. Early morning before the other guards are active. Lidos nodded, absorbing all of this with a focused, serious expression that reminded Icarus very strongly of his father when he was working through a difficult problem. And if someone notices? Lidos asked. They won't, said Daedalus. You are a guard. You have every reason to check the exterior of the tower. It's part of your duty. Lidos stood up, tucked his helmet back under his arm, and moved toward the door. Then he stopped and turned back. Why are you trusting me? He asked. You don't know me. I could still report this. Daedalus looked at him with calm, clear eyes. You could, he said, but you won't. How do you know? Because, Daedalus said quietly, you took your helmet off. Lidos blinked, looked down at the helmet under his arm as though he'd forgotten it was there. Something moved across his face. Surprise, and then something softer. He left without another word. The door clicked shut behind him. Icarus let out a breath he felt he'd been holding for the entire conversation. Do you actually trust him? He asked. Daedalus had already returned to the feathers. He picked one up and held it to the light. I trust what I saw in his eyes, he said. Hunger, not greed. That's different. This was the hunger of someone who wants to build something, to be part of something larger than guarding a door. He smoothed the feather carefully between his fingers. People like that don't betray, they invest. Icarus thought about this. And if you're wrong? Daedalus placed the feather down with a precise, deliberate movement. Then we will have much larger problems than not enough feathers, he said calmly. And somehow, impossibly, Icarus almost laughed. Lidos was as good as his word. The very next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Icarus heard a soft sound from above, a brushing, sweeping sound from outside the window. A moment later, a cascade of feathers came pouring through the gap and floated down into the tower like a small white snowfall. Icarus stood in the middle of it, arms spread, grinning like a child. 40 at least, he said, gathering them quickly. Maybe more. Daedalus counted. 53, he said. Good. This happened every morning from that day forward. Lidos swept the outer ledge before his shift change, and the feathers rained down into the tower. On the evenings when he brought their meal, he sometimes managed to slip a small stub of candle through the door along with the bowls, wrapped in a piece of cloth to muffle the sound. Daedalus melted the tallow down in the hollow of a broken stone that had fallen from the wall years ago, heating it with focused sunlight through the window. Using a piece of polished metal, he he had slowly worked loose from a decorative fitting on the door over many months. Icarus had never known the metal piece was even there. "You've been planning this longer than you told me," Icarus said one afternoon, watching his father work. "I have been planning this since the 2nd week of our imprisonment," Daedalus said without looking up. "I simply didn't tell you until I had something concrete to show." "Why not?" "Because hope without a plan is just pain," his father said simply. "I didn't want to give you hope until I had a plan." Icarus sat with that for a while. On the 9th day, Lidos arrived for the evening shift and, instead of the usual candle stub, slid something heavier through the door gap wrapped in rough cloth. Daedalus unwrapped it carefully. A solid block of pale yellow beeswax, roughly the size of a man's fist. It smelled of honey and summer. Daedalus held it and closed his eyes for just a moment, like a man holding something sacred. "Perfect," he said softly. "This is perfect." He began work that same night. The design he had been refining in dust for 3 years now took physical form for the first time. He started with the frame, long primary feathers laid in overlapping rows, bound together at the quill ends with fine linen thread that Lidos had brought unraveled from his own spare tunic. The beeswax sealed each joint, pressed in with his thumbnail and smoothed flat with a warmed stone. It was slow, meticulous work. Icarus sat beside him and learned by watching, then began to help, threading the linen through the feather quills with careful fingers, holding pieces in place while the wax dried. They worked in the dark, mostly by touch. By now, both of them knew the tower's rhythm so well that they could judge exactly which hours were safe. The wing, for it was unmistakably a wing now, even in its early stages, grew slowly on the floor of the cell. Long and slightly curved, modeled on the shape Daedalus had spent 3 years studying through that narrow window. "It's bigger than I imagined," Icarus said one night, spreading his hand across the half-finished structure. The feathers were smooth and cool under his palm. "It needs to be," said Daedalus. "To carry a man's weight, the surface area must be." He stopped. Icarus looked at him. In the faint starlight from the window, he could see his father's face, and what was on it stopped the question in his throat. His father was not looking at the wing. He was looking at Icarus, with an expression that was equal parts love and something else, something that looked almost like grief. "Father," Daedalus looked away, picked up another feather, continued working. "Go to sleep," he said quietly. "We have much to do tomorrow." Icarus lay down on his mat. He stared at the square of star-filled sky above him and listened to the soft sounds of his father working in the dark. Something had been in his father's face in that moment. Something Daedalus was not saying. He didn't know what it was yet. But in the deep quiet of the tower, with the smell of beeswax and feathers around him and the sound of the sea far below, some part of him, some instinct he couldn't name, already felt the shadow of it. The warning came on a Tuesday. Icarus knew it was Tuesday only because Lidos had told him once that the palace kitchens made fish stew on Tuesdays, and the bowl that slid through the door that evening smelled of the sea in a different way than usual. Small things like that had become his calendar. Fish stew, Tuesday. Barley without oil, Thursday. The sound of the distant market bells drifting up from the lower town, Sunday morning. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor, helping his father sort the latest collection of feathers when the door opened and Lidos came in. Not with his usual careful quietness, but fast, his face tight and pale under the olive of his complexion. Daedalus looked up immediately. "How long?" he said. Just those 2 words, as though he had been expecting this moment. 4 days, Lidos said, his voice low and controlled, but only just. Maybe 3. He decided yesterday. It's not an official inspection. He's told no one except his personal guard. That's what makes it dangerous. No ceremony, no preparation. He wants to see the tower as it actually is. Icarus felt the floor shift under him as though the whole cliff had moved. "Minos is coming here," he said. Not a question, just the words, needing to be said out loud to be real. "He received a report," Lidos said, moving further into the room and dropping his voice even lower. "I don't know from whom. Someone told him that the prisoner, your father, has been seen conducting what the report called unusual activity through the tower window. A merchant whose ship passed close to the cliff said he saw an old man's hands reaching through the window gap, holding something white." Daedalus said nothing. His face was completely still, utterly unreadable. "A feather," Icarus said. "Presumably." Lidos looked at the wing on the floor, nearly 2/3 complete now, lying along the entire length of the tower wall, impossibly beautiful and impossibly fragile. His face, when he looked at it, carried that same expression it always did, that hunger, but tonight mixed with something urgent. "If he finds that, he will not find it," Daedalus said quietly. Both Icarus and Lidos looked at him. "We have 4 days," Daedalus continued, his voice taking on that particular quality it had when he shifted from being a father or a man into being what he fundamentally was, an architect, an engineer, a mind working at full capacity on a problem. "We have been working for 6 weeks. The first wing is nearly complete. The second has its frame." He looked at his son. "We work through the nights, all 4 nights. No sleep except what is absolutely necessary to keep our hands steady." "I'll take every shift I can," Lidos said immediately. "I'll tell the shift commander I need the extra pay for my sisters. He won't question it. He knows my situation." "There's something else," Daedalus said. He stood up slowly with the careful movements of an old man who had spent too many years on stone floors. He walked to the far corner and lifted the straw mat aside. Beneath it, wrapped in cloth, lay the growing collection of wax, 12 candle stubs, and the remainder of the beeswax block, roughly half of it used. He carried it back and set it down between them. "We will need more wax, significantly more. What we have is not enough to finish both wings to the standard they need." Lidos calculated quietly, his lips pressed together. "The beekeeper is at the market on Fridays," he said. "That's 3 days from now. I can go before my morning shift." "Get as much as you can carry without looking suspicious," Daedalus said. "Spread it across different purchases if the man questions the quantity. Tell him you're making preserves. Tell him anything." Lidos nodded. "And the honey?" he said quietly. Daedalus looked at him with a slight frown. "What honey?" "When you buy beeswax at market, the vendor always tries to sell you honey alongside it. If you refuse, he remembers you. It's better to buy both." A small pause. "I'll need a few extra coins. I'm sorry." Something shifted in Daedalus's expression. He looked at this young man, this god, this craftsman's son with calloused hands and 3 younger sisters, and for a moment his face was simply that of one person looking at another with clear and uncomplicated respect. "Keep the honey," he said, "for your sisters." Lidos looked away quickly and said nothing, but Icarus saw his jaw tighten in the way that meant he was fighting with his face. After Lidos left that night, they worked until the first light began to grey the window above them. Daedalus laid feathers in overlapping arcs with the precision of a man who had designed this structure 10,000 times in his mind before ever touching the physical materials. Icarus threaded linen and pressed wax joints with his thumbnail and held things steady when asked, learning the logic of the construction as he worked. The wing was a revelation. Icarus had seen it growing for weeks, but tonight, working through the dark hours with the smell of wax warm around him and his father's breathing steady beside him, he began to understand it as more than a collection of feathers. It had an architecture, a logic. Each layer of feathers overlapped the one beneath it, precisely enough to create a smooth, continuous surface that would catch air rather than let it through. The largest primary feathers at the outer edge gave it reach. The smaller secondaries layered inward gave it body. The tiniest feathers at the inner edge where the wing would meet the shoulder. These were bound most carefully of all, because this was where all the stress would concentrate. "How do you know it will work?" Icarus asked somewhere in the deep middle of the night. His father didn't look up from the joint he was sealing. "I watched birds every day for 3 years," he said. "That's not an answer." "It is the only answer there is." Daedalus smoothed the wax flat with his thumb. "No one knows if a bridge will hold until the first man walks across it. No one knows if a ship will float until it meets the water. I have done everything the physical evidence of 3 years of observation tells me to do. The rest is the gap between knowledge and reality. That gap always exists. You learn to work across it." Icarus thought about this for a while, pressing a row of small feathers in place while the wax set. "Are you afraid?" he asked. A long pause. "Yes," Daedalus said simply. "Of what specifically?" Another pause, longer this time. The sea moved far below in the dark. "Many things," his father said. And then, after a silence that stretched long enough that Icarus thought he was done, "I am most afraid of the things I cannot control. I can design the wings. I can build them as well as any man alive could build them. I can calculate the angles, the weight, the surface area. What I cannot control." He stopped. "What?" Icarus said softly. "The sun," said Daedalus. "The wind. The distance between what I tell you and what you actually do when you're up there, and the whole sky is around you, and there is nothing but open air beneath your feet." Icarus felt something cold move through him. "You mean me specifically," he said slowly. "Not just in general. You mean you're afraid of what I will do." Daedalus set down the feather he was holding and turned to look at his son, directly, completely, without evasion. "Yes," he said, "you are 15 years old. You are brave and quick, and you learn faster than anyone I have ever taught. All of those qualities will serve you in the air." He paused. "They may also destroy you." Icarus opened his mouth. "Listen to me," his father said, and his voice had a weight in it now that made Icarus close his mouth again. "I need you to listen to me the way you listen when I explain a structural principle, not as my son listening to his father, as a student listening to an engineer explaining something that cannot be argued with because it is simply physics." "All right," Icarus said quietly. Daedalus held his gaze. "The wax," he said. "The beeswax that holds everything together. It has one critical weakness. You know what happens to wax in strong heat. It melts. It melts. And the heat of the sun at high altitude is not the same as the heat of the sun standing on the ground. The higher you fly, the closer you are to the source. The wax will begin to soften. If you fly too high for too long," he let the sentence complete itself in the air between them. The wings come apart, Icarus said. The wings come apart, Daedalus confirmed, feather by feather at first, then faster, then completely. He kept his eyes on his son's face. This is not a caution, Icarus. This is not me being an anxious father telling you to be careful. This is physics. This is as certain as gravity. Do you understand the difference? Yes, Icarus said. Tell me. It's not a rule you made up. It's a rule the world made. You're just telling me what the world will do. Daedalus looked at him for a long moment. Then he reached out and put his hand briefly on the side of his son's face, a gesture so rare from this precise, reserved man that Icarus went absolutely still. Yes, his father said quietly. Exactly that. He took his hand away and picked up another feather and continued working. They didn't speak again until dawn. 2 days later, Lidos arrived for the evening shift with his face completely neutral in the careful way that meant the opposite of neutral, and slid through the door carrying not only the usual bowls but a cloth sack that clinked softly when he set it down. Daedalus opened it. 3 substantial blocks of pale beeswax lay inside, each one wrapped separately. The smell of honey filled the small space immediately, warm and alive, and almost shockingly out of place in the gray stone cell. The beekeeper asked why I needed so much, Lidos said. What did you tell him? I told him I was getting married and my mother wanted to make candles for the ceremony. A very slight pause. He gave me a discount. Icarus pressed his lips together hard against a laugh that wanted to come out. Daedalus examined the wax with careful hands, testing its consistency by pressing his thumbnail into the surface of each block. Good quality, he said. Better than the first block. He looked up at Lidos. Well done? The honey is on your mat, Lidos said. For you and the boy? Daedalus frowned slightly. I told you. I bought 2 portions, Lidos said simply, in a tone that did not invite further discussion. That night they ate bread with honey for the first time in 3 years. Icarus sat with the small clay pot between his hands and tasted it slowly and didn't say anything for a long time. It tasted like the world outside. They worked through the 3rd night and into the 4th. The second wing took shape faster than the first. They knew the method now. Their hands had memorized the logic, and they worked in a rhythm that felt almost like music. Icarus on one end, Daedalus on the other, meeting in the middle, the linen thread moving between their fingers in the dark. On the morning of the 4th day, Lidos came in earlier than usual, slipping through the door at the edge of dawn with his face the color of old ash. He's here, he said. Minos. He arrived last night. He's resting in the garrison now. His personal guard told one of the kitchen boys he intends to inspect the tower this afternoon. The 3 of them looked at each other across the 2 completed wings lying on the floor. Daedalus was the first to speak. Are they finished? Icarus asked, already knowing they were. They are finished, his father said. Then we go today, said Icarus. We go today, Daedalus confirmed. Lidos looked at the wings, at the 2 people in front of him, at the window above. He was quiet for a moment, and Icarus watched the last traces of the life he was leaving behind move across his face, his post, his routine, the known shape of his days. Then he straightened up. There's something I need to tell you, Lidos said, about the wings, about how many there are. He hesitated, looking at Daedalus. I counted the feathers early on. I watched the proportions. I did the arithmetic. Another hesitation. There are 2 wings. Yes, said Daedalus. 2 wings, Lidos said carefully, for 3 people. The silence that followed was different from all the silences that had come before it. Icarus looked at his father. Daedalus looked at Lidos. And on his father's face, Icarus saw it again. That expression from weeks ago, glimpsed in the starlight and then turned away from. Not grief this time. Something harder and plainer and more terrible than grief. A decision that had already been made. "Father," Icarus said, his voice coming out very quiet. Daedalus turned to him, and finally, completely, without looking away, he told his son the truth. "There were never going to be 3 sets of wings," he said. "There was never enough material. There was never enough time. I knew this from the beginning." The cold feeling in Icarus's chest was not surprise. He realized with a strange, distant clarity that some part of him had known this too, had felt it in the shadow of his father's face that night and chosen not to look at it directly. "Then who?" he started. "You," Daedalus said, "and me, as it was always going to be." He turned to Lidos. "You were never part of the escape, son. I am sorry. I should have told you sooner. What you have given us, the wax, the feathers, the time, the honey." His voice was steady, but something moved beneath it. "You have given us our lives. I will not pretend that is a small thing. It is the largest thing." Lidos stood very still. "So I helped you escape," he said slowly. "And now you leave, and I stay here. And when Minos arrives this afternoon and finds an empty tower, you will tell him the truth," Daedalus said, "that the prisoners overpowered you. There are 2 of us and 1 of you. It is believable. You will have a bruise on your face by then." Lidos's eyes sharpened. "You're going to hit me." "If you allow it," Daedalus said quietly, "it will protect you." Something complicated moved across Lidos's face. Anger, perhaps. Betrayal, perhaps. But also, and this was what Icarus watched most carefully, something that was not quite either of those things. Something that looked almost like understanding. "You needed me," Lidos said, "and you used me. And you're honest enough to say so directly rather than dress it up as something else?" A long pause. "My father would have respected that." Daedalus said nothing. He simply waited. Lidos was quiet for what felt like a very long time. Then he reached up and removed his helmet and held it at his side. "All right," he said. "Tell me where you need me to stand." Outside, the sun was climbing. The morning was clear and still, and the wind off the sea was steady and cool and perfect, coming from exactly the right direction. Daedalus looked at his son. "Help me put them on," he said. The wings were heavier than Icarus had imagined. He had watched them being built feather by feather for weeks, and somehow in his mind they had remained light. Light as the birds he watched through the window. Light as the idea of them. But when Daedalus lifted the first pair and saddled them across his son's shoulders, Icarus felt the full physical fact of them pressing down on him and had to widen his stance to keep from swaying. "Breathe," his father said quietly, working the leather harness, salvaged from an old kit bag Lidos had brought them 2 weeks ago, disassembled and repurposed, across Icarus's chest and under his arms. His hands moved quickly, efficiently, the way they always moved when he was in the final stages of something he had built. Checking, testing, adjusting. "I am breathing," Icarus said. "You are holding your breath," Daedalus corrected without looking up. "You've been holding it since I picked them up. Breathe." Icarus breathed. The wings settled differently when he did, as though they responded to the expansion of his lungs, shifted with him, found a new equilibrium. They were strapped at 4 points, both shoulders, the chest, and a single band across his lower back that Daedalus had spent considerable thought on. Adjusting the angle twice before he was satisfied, the weight was real and substantial, but it was distributed so carefully across his whole upper body that after the first shock of it, it became something else. Not a burden, a presence. Like wearing the sky, Icarus thought, and then felt immediately foolish for thinking it. Lidos stood by the door watching. He had said very little since Daedalus told him the truth. He was doing what he had agreed to do, standing guard, listening for sounds from the corridor beyond, giving them the time they needed. His face was composed now. Whatever storm had moved through it earlier resolved into something quieter and harder. "Move your arms," Daedalus said. Icarus raised his arms slowly. The wings responded, not dramatically, not with the sudden snap of a bird taking off, but with a slow, authoritative sweep that pushed air around them in the small space. He felt it, felt the resistance of the air against the feathers, felt the way the wing surface caught it and held it. "Oh," he said softly. "Yes," said Daedalus, watching him with sharp eyes. "Do you feel the difference between the downstroke and the upstroke?" Icarus moved his arms again, paying attention this time. "The downstroke pushes against something," he said slowly. "The upstroke is lighter. It slips through." "That is lift and recovery," Daedalus said. "In the air, the downstroke generates the force that holds you up. The upstroke resets your position. They must have a rhythm. Not too fast. Fast wastes energy and destabilizes you. Not too slow. Slow loses momentum." He paused. "Think of it as breathing. The way breathing has a natural rate that the body finds on its own when it is not being interfered with." "Like now," Icarus said, "when you told me to stop holding my breath." "Like now," his father agreed. Daedalus stepped back and looked at his son. Standing in the grey morning light of the tower cell with the great white wings spread slightly behind him, Icarus looked like something between a boy and a bird, and something else entirely that had no name yet. His dark hair was tangled, his tunic worn thin from 3 years of washing in the bucket by the door, his feet bare on the cold stone. He was 15 years old, and he was standing in a prison, and he had wings on his back. Daedalus turned away and began putting on his own. It took longer. His shoulders were stiffer, his hands less quick, when working at an awkward angle on his own body. Icarus watched him struggle with the chest strap and stepped forward. "Let me," he said. Daedalus hesitated. That old independence, that precise man's reluctance to need help. Then he let his hands drop and allowed his son to fasten the harness. Icarus worked carefully, checking each point the way his father had checked his, testing the tension, making sure nothing pinched or pulled at the wrong angle. He had learned from watching. He had always learned fastest from watching. When he stepped back and looked at his father, something happened in his chest that he didn't have words for yet. Daedalus with wings was not the same as Daedalus without them. He stood differently, taller somehow, despite being old and gray and worn thin by years in this room, as though the wings were restoring something to him that had been taken away when the door first locked behind them, as though they were less an addition than a return. "How does the corridor look?" Daedalus called to Lidos without taking his eyes off the wings. Lidos opened the door a crack and listened for a long moment. "Clear," he said. "The morning guard change happened 20 minutes ago. The new shift won't come this way for at least an hour. They always start at the lower levels and work up. Then it's time, Daedalus said. He walked to the center of the room and looked up at the window. In the 3 years Icarus had lived in this tower, that window had been many things: a clock, a calendar, a source of feathers, a reminder that the world existed beyond the walls. Right now, it was a door. The problem was obvious and had always been obvious. The window was 8 feet above the floor. The gap was narrow, wide enough for a man to pass through sideways, barely. And beyond it was a ledge, perhaps 18 inches wide, and beyond the ledge was open air, and a cliff dropping straight to the sea. "The ledge first," Daedalus said, speaking now with the clipped focus of final instructions. "We go through the window one at a time. The wings must be folded flat against the body to fit through the gap. Hold them pressed to your sides and climb through head first, then turn on the ledge before you open them. Do not open them inside the window frame. The feathers will catch the stone and tear." "All right," Icarus said. "On the ledge. Face outward. Feet at the edge. Look at the horizon, not the water below. The water below is very far down, and your body will react to it in ways that will not help you. Look at the horizon. Look at the horizon. When I say go, lean forward. Do not jump. Lean. Let the wings do what they are built to do. The wind is coming off the sea from the southwest. That is the correct direction. It will take you away from the cliff face. You will feel it try to push you. Let it. Do not fight the first updraft. Let it lift you, and then find your rhythm. Let the updraft lift me. Find the rhythm." "And the sun," Daedalus said. He stopped for a moment. The weight of this particular instruction was different from all the others, and both of them knew it. "The sun is rising in the east. We will be flying west initially, away from the cliff, out over the open sea. We head north along the coast to the bay at Amnisos. There are fishing boats there at this hour. We land on the beach. We find a boat." He paused. "During the flight, stay level with me. If I rise, you rise. If I descend, you descend. Match my altitude exactly." "Match your altitude," Icarus repeated. "If you rise above me," Daedalus said carefully, "call out and I will adjust. If I cannot hear you," he stopped. "I won't rise above you," Icarus said. Daedalus looked at him. "You won't mean to," he said quietly. Icarus held his father's gaze. "I understand," he said, and he meant it. He felt it in his body as a physical certainty, the same way he felt the weight of the wings on his shoulders, the wax, the sun, the distance between what a person intends and what the sky makes them do. "I understand, Father." Daedalus nodded once. Then he turned to Lidos. The young guard was standing by the door with his helmet in his hands, turning it slowly by the rim. He had been listening to all of it. His expression was difficult to read, overlapping things, none of them simple. "There are no words," Daedalus said to him, "that are adequate for what you have done. I know that. I am not going to offer you inadequate ones." Lidos looked at him. "My father told me about you," he said. "He told me you built the labyrinth and felt sick about it afterward, that you were not a cruel man trapped in cruel service." He paused. He was right. Daedalus was quiet for a moment. "Your father was a wise man." "He was," Lidos agreed. Then he straightened up and put his helmet on and became completely and deliberately a guard again. His face closed, his posture changed. He was no longer Lidos, the craftsman's son. He was a soldier doing his duty. "The window," he said crisply. "I'll boost you both up. quickly. He laced his fingers together and held his hands low. Daedalus put his foot in the cup of Lidos's hands, and the young god lifted him, smoothly, powerfully, without strain, up to the level of the window. Daedalus pressed his wings flat, turned sideways, and worked himself through the gap with the careful, economical movements of a man who had planned this exact motion many times in his mind. Then he was through, and then there was just his voice from outside, very calm. "Your turn." Icarus looked at Lidos. Something passed between them, quick and wordless and complete. Lidos was 17 years old. Icarus was 15. They had spent 6 weeks building something together in the dark, and now one of them was leaving and one of them was staying, and both of them knew exactly what that meant, and neither of them was going to say it out loud, because saying it out loud would make it too heavy to move through. Lidos held out his laced hands. Icarus put his foot in them and felt himself lifted. The window gap was cold and rough against his sides as he worked through it, pressing the wings flat, turning, pulling his legs clear. And then he was through and standing on the ledge, and the whole world hit him at once. The air. He had forgotten what air was, not the dead recycled air of the tower cell, turned gray by years of 2 people breathing it. This was something else entirely, cold and salt sharp and moving, alive in a way that air had no right to be, pressing against his face and pulling at his hair and pouring into his lungs like something he had been starved of without knowing it. He gasped. Daedalus was beside him, steady on the narrow ledge, his wings already partially open, catching the wind off the sea with a low resonant sound like a sail filling. Below them, far, far below, more vertical distance than Icarus's mind could fully process, the sea moved in the early morning light, dark blue and silver and absolutely enormous. The cliff face dropped straight from the ledge in a sheer, pale line. The sound of the water against the rocks rose up from such a depth that it seemed to come from another world. Icarus did not look down. He looked at the horizon. The sun was coming up over the eastern hills behind them, painting the sea ahead in shades of rose and pale gold that shifted as he watched. The sky above was the color that has no proper name. Not quite blue, not quite gray, not quite the color of anything except itself. The sky at the exact moment it decides to become the day. "Feet at the edge," his father said quietly beside him. Icarus moved his feet to the very lip of the ledge. His toes curled over the edge and felt nothing beneath them but 300 feet of air. His heart was making a sound he could feel in his teeth. "Open the wings," Daedalus said, slowly. "Let them find the wind." Icarus raised his arms. The wings opened. The wind took them immediately, not violently, not as a blow, but as a firm and confident grip, a hand that knew exactly what it was doing. He felt it move across every feather, felt the lift begin as a pressure against the underside of the wing surface, felt his body impossibly, actually, really, become lighter on his feet. "Oh," he said again, and this time it was not a small sound at all. Beside him, his father's wings were fully open now, enormous white arcs against the morning sky, and for one single suspended moment, Daedalus stood on the ledge and looked like everything he had ever been. Architect, inventor, craftsman, prisoner, father, compressed into one image that Icarus knew he would carry for the rest of his life, regardless of how long or short that life turned out to be. "Together," Daedalus said. "Together," Icarus said. They leaned forward. The cliff fell away beneath them, and then there was nothing but sky. The first second was not flight. It was simply falling. a pure vertical drop that made Icarus's stomach leave his body entirely and his vision white out at the edges. Every instinct he had screamed at him to pull back, to reach for something solid, to stop this impossible thing that was happening to him. He did not pull back. He leaned further forward, the way his father had told him. He brought his arms down in a long, sweeping arc. Downstroke, his father's voice said in his head. The downstroke pushes against something, and felt the wings hit the air and hold. The falling stopped. It didn't stop suddenly. It converted, became something horizontal, something forward-moving, something that the word falling didn't cover, and the word flying only partially covered, because the reality of it was bigger than either word and would require an entirely new vocabulary that Icarus did not yet have. He was moving through the air above the sea. He was moving through the air above the sea. For a long, bright moment, he couldn't think anything more complex than that simple fact. Over and over, a loop of pure disbelieving wonder. Then his father was beside him, slightly above and to his left, and his voice carried across the wind with surprising clarity. "Rhythm," Daedalus called. "Find the rhythm. Stop thinking. Let your body." And Icarus stopped thinking. His arms found it on their own. Downstroke and recovery. Downstroke and recovery. The wings moving in a pattern his body seemed to know instinctively. The way it knew how to swim even before you learned the strokes. The way it knew how to balance even before you understood what balance was. The rhythm settled into him, and he settled into the rhythm, and the air held him, and he held the air, and the sea was below him, dark and silver, and the sky was above him, that nameless color. And between the two of them there was Icarus, 15 years old, flying. The cliff receded behind them. The tower, his prison, his home, the only world he had known for 3 years, shrank to a pale stub of stone on the headland, and then to a mark on the line of the coast, and then to nothing at all. He did not look back at it. He looked ahead, where the coast curved north, and the morning light lay across the sea in long gold lines, and the air was cold and clean and endless. To his left, his father flew with a steadiness that was almost shocking. Not the uncertain, desperate flight of a man escaping, but the measured, efficient movement of an engineer testing a design, monitoring, adjusting, reading the data of the air with every nerve in his body. He kept his eyes moving constantly, on the horizon, on the angle of the wings, on his son, always back to his son. They flew in silence for a while. The rhythm of the wings was the only sound that was theirs. The rest was wind and water and the distant cries of actual birds, real birds, who banked and wheeled around them with what seemed like curiosity rather than alarm. Icarus watched a gull come close, closer than he expected, close enough to see the precise engineering of its wing feathers, the way each one moved independently, micro-adjustments happening dozens of times per second without any conscious effort. The gull looked at him sideways with one orange-rimmed eye. Then it tipped a wing and rose effortlessly, 10 feet higher, riding an updraft that Icarus could feel brushing the tips of his own wings. He felt it, the updraft. Rising air, warm from the water surface below, pushing upward in a steady invisible column exactly the way his father had described. He felt it reach the underside of the wing and lift. It would be so easy. Just tilt the wings slightly. Just follow the gull. Just let the warm air carry him up and up and up into that vast blue-gray space above where the light was different, and the world below would become a map, and he would be the highest thing in the sky. It would be so easy. Icarus, his father's voice, sharp and immediate, closer than he expected. Icarus realized that without deciding to, he had already risen 3 feet above his father's level. Maybe 4. The wingtips had angled, just slightly, almost imperceptibly, toward the updraft. He brought them level. His heart was hammering again, but differently from before. Not with fear this time, with something else. Something he didn't have a clean name for, but that felt like standing at the edge of a very beautiful, very dangerous country, and knowing that the border was exactly where you were standing, and that one more step was all it would take. He brought the wings level. He matched his father's altitude. He did not look up again, or tried not to. The coast curved below them, the Cretan shoreline unspooling in pale gold and dark green. Fishing villages small as toys, boats on the water like scattered seeds. He could see the bay at Amnisos ahead, a wide curved arm of land reaching into the sea, and in it the small dark shapes of fishing boats at their morning work. Descending, his father called. Icarus tilted his wings forward slightly, the way the angle of the gull had suggested without words, and felt the descent begin. A long, slow glide, not falling now, but choosing, controlled and deliberate, reading the air the way his father had read the feathers, the way he himself had learned to read everything in this world through watching and attention, and the deep, patient intelligence that was, whether he knew it yet or not, his inheritance. The sea came up toward them. The beach resolved from a pale line into individual grains of sand. They landed the way birds land, not crashing, but arriving, feet finding the ground in a running step that bled off the last of the forward speed, arms spreading wide to break with the wings, and then stillness. Icarus stood on the beach. He stood on actual sand, actual ground, with the sea 20 feet in front of him, and the morning sun on his face, and the smell of salt and seaweed around him, and no walls anywhere within his entire field of vision. He stood there for a moment and just breathed. Then he turned and looked at his father. Daedalus had landed 10 feet away and was already checking the wings with rapid, careful hands, examining the wax joints, testing the feather bindings. The engineer, assessing his design after its first real test. His face was focused and intent, but when he looked up and met his son's eyes, everything else fell away. They looked at each other across 10 feet of Cretan sand, with the morning sea behind them and the sky above them and their wings still on their backs. And neither of them said anything because nothing needed to be said, and anything said would have been less than what was there. Then Daedalus crossed the 10 feet and put both hands on his son's face the way he had in the tower, and looked at him for a long moment. "Are you hurt?" he said. "No," Icarus said. "The wings? I don't know. I feel..." He stopped, tried to find the right word. Failed. Tried again. "I feel like the word for what I feel doesn't exist yet." Something happened in Daedalus's face then, something that was not grief, and was not pride, and was not relief, but was all 3 of those things pressed together into something that had no name either. "No," he agreed quietly, "it doesn't." Down the beach, 50 yards away, a fisherman had stopped pulling his net and was standing in the shallows staring at them with his mouth open. Daedalus straightened up, turned to the sea, assessed the boats, the currents, the direction of the wind, the position of the sun. The engineer again, immediately, the personal moment folded away, and the practical problem taking its place. "We have perhaps 2 hours before someone from the palace reaches this bay," he said. "We need a boat, and we need to be on it." He paused. I have no money." "I do," said Icarus. His father looked at him. Icarus reached into the deep pocket of his worn tunic and pulled out a small cloth bundle, knotted at the top. He held it out. Daedalus took it, unknotted it, looked inside. 3 silver coins, old ones, worn smooth with handling. "Where did you get these?" he said. "Lidos," Icarus said. "He put them in my hand when he lifted me to the window." He didn't say anything. He stopped. The coins sat in his father's palm in the morning light. 3 silver coins from a craftsman's son who was staying behind. Daedalus closed his fingers around them. "Come," he said quietly. "Let's find our boat." They walked down the beach toward the fisherman, who was still standing in the shallows staring at them, and behind them, their footprints in the sand were the first marks either of them had made on the free world in 3 years. The sun climbed higher. The day had fully arrived. The fisherman's name was Proclas, and he was 53 years old and had lived his entire life within sight of this bay and had seen many strange things come in off the sea at dawn. Strange fish, strange weather. Once a wooden chest sealed with pitch that contained nothing but sand and a single gold ring. But he had never seen 2 men walk down his beach with wings on their backs. He stood in the shallows with his net half pulled and his mouth open and said nothing at all for a long moment. Daedalus walked up to him directly, the way he did everything, without hesitation, without preamble, with the quiet authority of a man who had spent his life being the most confident person in any given room. "We need passage north," he said. "We have silver." Proclas looked at the wings. "Those are feathers," he said. "Yes," said Daedalus. "Real feathers." "Yes." "You flew here." "Yes." Proclas looked at Icarus, who was standing slightly behind his father, still breathing the open air with the slightly stunned expression of someone who has been given back something they had forgotten was taken from them. "The boy too?" Proclas said. "The boy too?" said Daedalus. Proclas pulled the rest of his net in from the water with slow, automatic hands, coiling it over his arm, his eyes never leaving the wings. He was not afraid, exactly. Or if he was the kind of man whose fear presented itself as stubborn practicality rather than flight. "North to where?" he said. "The port at Heraklion first. Then we'll find onward passage." "Heraklion is 4 hours by sail in this wind." Proclas squinted at the sky. "Wind will hold, maybe less." He looked at the coins in Daedalus's palm. 2 of those. "1," said Daedalus. 1.5. "There is no half coin here." "1 in the wings," said Proclas. Daedalus looked at him steadily. "1 coin," he said, "and I will answer 3 questions about how they work. Honestly, you'll not get that knowledge anywhere else in the world." Proclas considered this for what felt like a long time, looking between the man and the wings, and the boy, and the coins, and the sky. 1 coin, he said, and 4 questions. "Done," said Daedalus. They carried the boat down to the water together, a broad-beamed fishing vessel, weathered and salt-bleached, smelling powerfully of fish and tar, with a single-patched sail the color of old rust. Proclas moved with the efficiency of a man whose body had performed this exact sequence of actions 10,000 times. Icarus helped without being asked, getting his feet wet in the shallows without caring, feeling the cold water around his ankles with a sensory intensity that made him want to laugh. Everything was like this now. The sand under his feet, the smell of the boat, the roughness of the wooden gunwale under his palm as he helped push it out. After 3 years of gray stone and recycled air, the physical world kept arriving at his senses with the force of something new, as though he were encountering the texture of reality for the first time. His father noticed. "Don't let it overwhelm you," Daedalus said quietly as they climbed aboard. "The feeling will settle." "I don't want it to settle," Icarus said. His father said nothing to that, but something moved briefly in his face. They sat in the bow while Proclas handled the sail from the stern, and the boat moved out of the bay into open water, and the coast of Crete began to pull away behind them. Icarus sat with his back against the curved wood and watched the island recede and felt the wings shift against his back with the motion of the boat, and thought about Lidos standing in the corridor of the tower with his helmet in his hands. He was still there now, still on the island. Would have received his bruise by now, would have told his story to Minos and his god, and would be standing in that cold, precise way he had, giving answers that were technically true, which was all that could be asked of him. Icarus hoped the story held. He hoped the sisters got the honey. He hoped, and this was the most specific and therefore the most painful hope, that Lidos someday got to stand in the open air and feel it the way Icarus had felt it coming through that window, that cold living rush of the actual world, and that it hit him with the same force. "Where are we going?" Icarus asked his father. "Actually going. After Heraklion." Daedalus was looking at the water, reading it the way he read everything, as information, as a system with internal logic that could be understood if observed carefully enough. "Sicily," he said. Icarus turned to look at him. "Sicily," he repeated. "There is a king there," Daedalus said. "Kokalos. He rules from a city called Kamikos in the interior of the island." He paused, still watching the water. "Kokalos is not a friend of Minos. He has no treaty with Crete, no trade dependency, no political debt. He owes Minos nothing. Will he take us in?" "He will take me in," Daedalus said. "Kokalos is a builder. He has been trying for years to construct a system of cisterns in the hills above Kamikos. The city has a water problem in the dry season that has never been solved. His own engineers have failed twice." A slight pause. "He will take in a man who can solve that problem." Icarus thought about this. "How do you know all this?" he said. "You've been in a tower for 3 years." "Lidos talked," Daedalus said simply. "He didn't always know he was giving me useful information, but sailors talk in ports, and soldiers talk in garrisons, and news moves through the Mediterranean faster than ships do. Over 6 weeks, Lidos told me many things he didn't realize he was telling me." Icarus looked at his father for a moment with a feeling that was not quite admiration and not quite unease, and was perhaps both. "You were always planning this," he said, "not just the wings, all of it. Where we'd go, how we'd get there." "Yes," said Daedalus, "from the beginning." "From before the beginning," his father said quietly, "from the day they locked the door." The sail above them caught a stronger gust, and the boat accelerated slightly, the bow lifting and cutting through a low wave, spray coming over the side cold and sharp. Icarus wiped his face with his forearm and tasted salt. "What about Minos?" he said. "He'll follow us." Daedalus was quiet for a moment. "Minos will follow us to the edge of the world if he can," he said. "He is not a man who accepts that something of his has left his possession. He will send ships to every port in the Aegean. He will offer rewards. He will..." He stopped, started again with a different quality in his voice. "He will use the labyrinth." Icarus frowned. "What do you mean?" "The Minotaur is dead," Daedalus said. "Theseus killed it." The labyrinth is empty now, but Minos still uses it, not as a prison for monsters, as leverage, as a threat, as a way of reminding people what he is capable of. He paused. When he comes looking for us, he will not come quietly. He will make our names into a public thing, a story about his authority and what happens to those who defy it. And Kokalos, Icarus said, will Kokalos protect us from that? Daedalus turned and looked at his son directly. Kokalos will protect me because I am useful to him, he said. That is the honest answer. Not out of affection or justice or any principle, because I can solve his water problem and build him things that no one else can build him. That is the nature of safety in this world, Icarus. It is almost always transactional. Icarus absorbed this. And me, he said, am I useful to Kokalos? You are my son, Daedalus said. While I am useful, you are safe. The simplicity of it was not comforting. Icarus knew his father meant it to be honest rather than comforting, and he respected that. But it left a cold space in him that the sea air moved through without warming. Tell me about Sicily, he said after a while. Not because he particularly needed to know about Sicily, but because the sound of his father's voice talking about something concrete and real was its own kind of anchor. Daedalus talked. He described Sicily the way he described everything he knew well, precisely, specifically, with an engineer's eye for the physical reality of a place. The western interior was limestone hills, dry in summer, green briefly in spring. The cistern problem at Kamikos was a question of gradient and catchment area and the porosity of the local stone. He had been thinking about it for 2 years based on Lidos's fragments of information and had 3 possible solutions worked out in his head, each with its advantages and its constraints. Icarus listened and watched the sea and felt the wings shift against his back with the movement of the boat, and thought about limestone hills and water flowing through porous rock, finding its own level, going where gravity told it to go. An hour out from the bay, Proclas cleared his throat from the stern. My questions, he said. Daedalus turned. Ask. Proclas had clearly been composing them carefully during the silence. He asked them in order, with the deliberate precision of a man who has agreed to 4 and intends to extract full value from each one. First, what holds the feathers together? Wax, Daedalus told him. Beeswax, applied in layers between each course of feathers, supplemented with linen thread at the primary joints. Second, how do you steer? The angle of the arms, Daedalus said. Tip one wing down relative to the other, and you turn toward the lower side. Both wings angled forward, and you descend. Both wings angled back, and you climb. The body acts as the keel. Third, how long can you fly? That depends on the wind and the temperature and the physical endurance of the flyer, Daedalus said. In good conditions, with strong thermals, perhaps 2 or 3 hours before the arms tire beyond use. In poor conditions, much less. Proclas nodded slowly at each answer, filing them away somewhere behind his weathered face. Then he was quiet for a moment before asking his 4th question, and when he asked it, it was different from the first 3 in a way that surprised Icarus. Does it feel like anything? Proclas said. Flying. Does it feel like something? Or is it just movement? Daedalus opened his mouth, and then for the first time in the entire conversation, he paused. He looked at his son. Icarus looked back at him. Ask him, Daedalus said. He's the one you should ask. Proclas turned his weathered face toward Icarus and waited. Icarus thought about it seriously, the way the question deserved. He looked at his hands resting on the gunwale. at the sea moving beneath them, at the sky above. That sky that he had been inside of less than 2 hours ago, and that already felt as though it had always been part of him. The way something feels when it turns out to be the thing you were missing without knowing you were missing it. It feels like he started, stopped, started again. You know the moment just before you fall asleep, when you're still aware but your body has already let go of everything? That moment when you can't tell anymore if you're lying down or standing up because gravity has stopped mattering? He paused, looking for the words in the sea. It feels like living inside that moment, except you're awake, except it lasts. Proclas looked at him for a long time. "That's worth more than a coin," he said finally, and turned back to his sail. They sat in comfortable silence after that, the three of them, as Crete shrank behind them, and the open Mediterranean opened ahead, and the morning moved toward midday. Icarus felt it first, a change in the air temperature, slight but distinct, a degree or two warmer than it had been. He noticed it because the wings on his back noticed it, the feathers shifting almost imperceptibly in response to the warmer air rising from the sun-heated water surface. He looked up. The sun was higher now, mid-morning, climbing toward noon. Not yet at its zenith, but heading there with the steady and different momentum of a thing that does not notice what it damages. He thought about the wax. His father had set it on the tower ledge, and before that in the cell, and before that in every careful repeated instruction. The wax, the heat, the certainty of physics. He thought about the feathers in his hand in the small hours of those 6 weeks of nights, pressing them flat with his thumbnail, feeling the wax grip and hold. He thought about how much wax was in the wings on his back right now, and how much heat it would take to change it from solid to soft to liquid. He put his hand back and found a joint on the inner edge of the wing, a place where the small tertiary feathers met the main body of the structure. He pressed it with his thumb, firm, completely firm, the same as it had been in the tower. He breathed out. "Stop," said Daedalus without turning around. Icarus took his hand away. "I was just checking," he said. "I know," his father said. "I've been checking every 10 minutes since we sat down." A pause. "We are at sea level. The sun's heat is distributed across miles of open water. We are not flying at altitude. The wax is fine." "I know," Icarus said. "I know that." "But you checked anyway," Daedalus said. "Yes." "Good," his father said quietly. "Keep checking." Icarus looked at his father's profile, the strong nose, the gray hair moving in the sea wind, the lines of his face that were deeper than they had been 3 years ago when the door first locked. He thought about what his father had said in the tower that last night, about the things he couldn't control, the sun, the wind, the distance between what I tell you and what you actually do when you are up there. He wanted to say something that would close that distance, that would make his father certain instead of afraid. He wanted to say, "I understand. I will be careful. I will not rise. I will stay level. I will do exactly what you tell me." He had said those things already, in the tower, on the ledge, in every conversation that touched the topic, and he had meant them. He meant them now. But somewhere in him, in a place below intention and below meaning, he could still feel the updraft, the warm column of air rising from the sun-heated water, reaching up toward the place where the atmosphere thinned and the light changed and the world below became a map. He hadn't followed it. He had pulled back when his father called his name. He had matched the altitude and kept the rhythm and done everything exactly right, but he could still feel it. The way it had reached the underside of the wing and lifted. The way the gull had tipped sideways and risen without effort, without thought, going up because up was simply where the air was going, and why would you not go with it? He looked at the horizon ahead. Sicily was out there somewhere beyond the curve of the earth, invisible but real, with its limestone hills and its unsolved water problem, and its king who would shelter them because they were useful. It was a good destination, a reasonable destination. A destination his father had planned for with characteristic precision and foresight, covering every angle, thinking 3 steps ahead of every obstacle. Icarus looked at the sky. He looked at the clean, empty air above the boat, above the sea, above everything, rising blue and pale and vast and completely open in every direction. He looked back at the horizon. He kept his hands in his lap. He did not check the wax again for a full hour, which was, he thought, reasonable progress. They reached Heraklion in the early afternoon. The port was everything Crete's capital port should be, loud and salt-smelling and crowded with the business of a maritime empire. Ships from a dozen different places jostling in the harbor. Merchants moving in the heat of the dockside with that particular focused energy of people for whom time is money and money is everything. Daedalus had removed his wings before they entered the harbor, packing them with great care into the long cloth rolls Lidos had thought to include with the harness components, and Icarus had done the same. They looked now, almost, like 2 travelers. A gray-haired man and a thin, dark-haired boy, slightly too pale, with an intensity about them that might have seemed unusual if anyone had been paying attention. No one was paying attention. The port was too busy for attention. It swallowed them immediately, efficiently, the way a large city swallows everything that enters it. Daedalus moved through the dockside with purpose, reading the ships with the same rapid assessing eye he turned on everything. He stopped twice, examined vessels, moved on. On the 3rd stop, he found what he was looking for, a broad-hulled merchant vessel with Sicilian markings, her cargo being loaded in heavy amphoras of wine, clearly heading home. The ship's captain was a broad man with a Sicilian accent and the direct, unsentimental manner of someone who had spent his life negotiating. "Passage to Kamikos," Daedalus said. 2 passengers. We work. The captain looked them over, landed on Icarus for a moment. The boy's pale skin, the dark circles under his eyes, the slight unsteadiness of someone recently returned to the world. "Sick?" he said, nodding toward Icarus. "Recently recovered," Daedalus said. "Contagious?" "No." "Can he work?" "Better than men twice his size," Daedalus said with complete confidence and no particular warmth. "Just a fact." The captain looked at Icarus again. Icarus looked back at him with a steadiness he had learned from his father, that direct, undefended gaze that revealed nothing except the clear absence of fear. "Last coin," the captain said, looking at Daedalus. "Last coin," Daedalus agreed, and held it out. They boarded as the afternoon heat reached its peak, stowing the cloth rolls carefully in the narrow sleeping space below decks. Icarus lay down for the first time on something that was not a stone floor and felt the movement of the ship beneath him and looked at the low wooden ceiling above him. He was on a ship to Sicily. He was free. He was 15 years old, and he had flown this morning, and he was on a ship to a country he had never seen with nothing except the wings on his back, and a father who had planned this from before the beginning. He closed his eyes. He was asleep within 30 seconds, deep and dreamless. The sleep of a body that has spent 3 years waiting to rest. He dreamed, eventually. He dreamed he was flying alone. Not with his father beside him, not above the Cretan coast in the early morning, but somewhere else, higher, much higher. The sea below a dark abstraction, and the sky above not pale and grey, but a deep burning blue that deepened further as he rose. He was not afraid in the dream. He was not anything except the motion itself, the rhythm of the wings, the air on his face, the light increasing as he climbed. And he could feel the wax. In the dream, he could feel it with a clarity that waking life didn't allow. Each joint, each bond, each small, precise point where feather met feather. He could feel them, all of them, holding. And then, very slowly, very quietly, the first one softened. He woke with a sharp inhale to the sound of the ship's crew above him and the smell of the sea, and his father sitting cross-legged in the narrow space beside him, sharpening a small tool on a piece of stone. The soft, rhythmic sound of it completely calm and completely present. Icarus lay still for a moment, breathing. "You dreamed," his father said without looking up. "Yes." "Bad." Icarus thought about it. "Honest," he said finally. Daedalus looked up from the tool. He looked at his son for a long moment in the dim light below decks, with the sea moving around them and Sicily somewhere ahead in the dark. "Sleep more," he said quietly. "We have 2 days before we arrive. Sleep while you can." Icarus turned on his side and looked at the cloth rolls containing the wings, leaning against the hull, and thought about limestone hills and water finding its own level, and the first feather softening in the heat of a dream. He slept. Outside, the Mediterranean moved them steadily north. The sun set. The stars came out. The same stars that had come through the tower window for 3 years, and they were the same stars, but seen differently now. From open water, from a ship heading somewhere, from a life that was no longer the same shape it had been this morning. Somewhere on the deck above, a sailor began to hum something low and tuneless. The ship moved on through the dark. Kamikos was built on a hill the way all defensible things are built. With difficulty and intention, the city climbing the pale limestone in layers, each level commanding the one below it. The palace at the top looking out over the whole interior of Sicily in every direction. From the road approaching it, the city looked like something that had grown from the rock rather than been placed upon it. The same pale gold color as the hillside, the same angular quality, as though the stonemasons had simply continued what the geology had started. Icarus saw it first from the back of a cart they had taken from the port at Agrigento, 3 days after landing on the Sicilian coast. He had been watching the landscape the whole journey, the dry hills, the thin soil over pale rock, the scrubby vegetation that had adapted itself to heat and drought with a sparse, determined beauty that he found unexpectedly moving. Everything about Sicily was different from Crete. The light was harder here, the colors more bleached. The air had a different quality, drier, less salt, smelling of stone and wild herbs instead of sea. He didn't dislike it. He didn't know yet what he thought about it. He was still in the phase of receiving everything as new information without yet processing it into opinion. 3 years in a tower had done something to his relationship with the external world, had made him hyper-responsive to it in a way that felt like it might be permanent. Every sensory input arriving with the intensity of something that had been withheld. His father sat beside him on the cart bench and said very little, which was his way when he was thinking hard about something. He had been thinking hard about something since they left the ship. "You're planning the cisterns," Icarus said. "I'm planning the introduction," Daedalus said. "What's the difference?" "The cisterns I can solve in my sleep," his father said. "The introduction I have one chance at." He paused, watching the city on the hill. Kokalos will have heard things about me. Some true, some not. Some flattering, most not. I need to know which version of me he's expecting before I can decide which version of me to present. Icarus considered this. Is that not dishonest? He said. Presenting a version. Everyone presents a version, Daedalus said. The question is whether the version is a lie or a selection. A lie is something false. A selection is choosing which true things to lead with. He paused. I will lead with the cisterns. King Kokalos was not what Icarus had expected. He had built up an image on the journey. A king who valued builders and engineers would presumably be large and assured, and perhaps somewhat cold. A pragmatist in a crown. The kind of man who evaluated everything, including people, as problems to be optimally solved. Kokalos was small. He was perhaps 60 years old, wiry and sun-darkened, with quick, restless eyes that moved constantly, and a way of leaning forward when something interested him that made him look less like a king and more like a craftsman who had been handed an intriguing piece of work. His throne room was notable primarily for the large table covered in drawings that occupied its center, drawings of buildings and waterways and structural systems, covered in annotations in 3 different hands. He looked at Daedalus for a long moment when they were brought in. Then he looked at the table, then back at Daedalus. You built the labyrinth, he said. Not a question. Yes, said Daedalus. How long did it take? 4 years, Daedalus said. 3 for the structure. 1 to get the acoustics right. Kokalos's eyes sharpened. The acoustics, he repeated. Sound moves through enclosed spaces in predictable ways if you understand the geometry, Daedalus said. Minos wanted specific properties. Sounds from inside not reaching outside. Specific interior chambers with particular resonance qualities. I designed for those outcomes. Kokalos stood up from his throne and walked to the table and picked up one of the drawings. A cross-section of something. Waterways running at different gradients through layered rock. My engineers, he said, have told me for 6 years that the cistern problem cannot be solved with the local stone, that the porosity is too variable, that whatever you build to catch the water will lose it through the substrate before it can be stored. He held the drawing out without looking up from it. Tell me why they're wrong. Daedalus crossed the room and looked at the drawing. He was quiet for perhaps 20 seconds. They're not entirely wrong, he said. The substrate porosity is a real problem, but they're treating it as an obstacle when it's actually a tool. You don't try to stop the water moving through the rock. You direct where it moves to. He pointed at something on the drawing. You line the catchment channels with fired clay rather than cut stone. You angle the gradient here, steeper in this section, so the water velocity increases before it enters the storage basin, and the basin itself needs to be cut 20 feet deeper than this shows, into the impermeable limestone layer below the porous zone. He paused. 3 cisterns at those locations, sized for a dry season of 4 months, will give you reliable water for a city twice the current size. Kokalos looked at the drawing, then at Daedalus. Then he did something that Icarus would remember for a long time. He smiled. Not the smile of a king pleased with a performance, the smile of a man who has been working on a problem for a very long time and has just heard someone say the thing that makes it click. When can you start? Kokalos said. I'll need materials, Daedalus said. A workshop, an assistant. He paused. My son. Kokalos glanced at Icarus for the first time since they'd entered. A quick, assessing look that evaluated and categorized and moved on with the efficiency of a man who makes many decisions per day. "How old?" he said. 15, said Icarus. "Can you work stone?" "I can work anything my father has taught me," Icarus said, "and several things he hasn't." Kokalos looked at him for a moment longer. Something like amusement moved behind his eyes. "Workshop in the lower palace," he said, turning back to Daedalus. "Materials from the royal quarry. Tell my steward what you need. Quarters in the east wing." He sat back down. "You'll present a detailed plan to me in 10 days. 7, said Daedalus. 7, Kokalos agreed and waved them out. The workshop was better than Icarus had dared imagine. Not because it was grand. It wasn't. It was a long, low-ceilinged room in the palace's working level, smelling of sawdust and metal and the particular dry stone smell of Sicily, lit by high, narrow windows that ran along the south wall and admitted good working light without the direct glare of afternoon sun. But it had a stone table 12 feet long, a forge, a full set of metalworking tools hanging on the west wall in decreasing order of size, a carpenter's bench, storage for materials. It had everything. Icarus stood in the middle of it on the first morning and turned slowly, taking inventory. He had spent 6 weeks in a tower cell, making wings from contraband materials under conditions of extreme constraint. He had been creative out of necessity. Now he had everything, and the everything felt almost disorienting. Too many tools, too much space, too many possibilities competing for his attention. "Start with drawing table," his father said from the doorway. "Nothing else until we have the survey drawings complete." Icarus started with the drawing table. They worked. That was the shape of the first weeks in Kamikos. Work, sleep, work. Daedalus surveyed the hillside above the city with meticulous care, taking measurements and core samples and water flow readings with instruments he built himself in the workshop during the first 3 days. Icarus carried equipment and held measuring lines and learned the particular topography of this Sicilian limestone the way he had once learned the particular weight and flecks of different bird feathers. He also explored the city, not extensively and not carelessly. His father's caution was not wasted on him, and he understood that they were guests here on transactional terms that could change. But he moved through the lower city in the hour before the workshop day began, in the markets and the streets and the spaces where ordinary Sicilian life happened, and the world kept arriving at his senses with that same overwhelming freshness. It was on one of these mornings, 2 weeks after their arrival, that he met Faina. She was 17, the second of Kokalos' 3 daughters, and she found him, rather than the other way around, standing in the workshop doorway, watching him transcribe survey measurements into the master drawings with an expression of frank curiosity that she made no attempt to conceal. "You're the craftsman's son," she said. "Yes," said Icarus, "from Crete." "Originally." "You flew here," she said. He looked at her. She was direct in the way that people are direct when they've grown up around a father who values precision. Not rude, just allergically averse to circumlocution. Her dark hair was pulled back practically. She had ink on her left hand from something she'd been doing before she came here. "Where did you hear that?" he said carefully. "Proclas the fisherman," she said. "He sells fish to the palace twice a week. He told my father's cook, who told my maid, who told me." She paused. "He said you flew in from the sea at dawn on wings made of feathers and wax, and that when he asked you what it felt like, you told him it was like living inside the moment before you fall asleep." Icarus was quiet for a moment. "That was a private conversation," he said. He's a fisherman, she said, not unkindly. Privacy isn't really their natural medium. She stepped into the workshop uninvited and looked at the drawings on the table with the same assessing eye her father had. Can I ask you something? You're going to whether I say yes or not, Icarus said. She glanced at him sideways, and the corner of her mouth moved. The wings, she said. How did you know they would work? Icarus considered the question. My father built them, he said. He tested the principles before he built the full structure. He understood the physics. But you're not your father, she said. You put them on and stepped off a cliff. How did you know they would work? I trusted my father's calculations. That's not what I'm asking, she said patiently. Your father trusted his calculations because he did the calculations. You trusted your father. That's different. That requires a different kind of knowing. She looked at him. Did you ever doubt it? While you were putting them on, while you were standing on the ledge, did any part of you think they might not work? Icarus looked at the drawings on the table for a moment. Yes, he said honestly. What did that feel like? He thought about it. Like standing at the edge of a very important question, he said, and deciding that the answer matters less than the asking. Phaena looked at him for a long moment with her ink-stained hand and her direct eyes. That, she said quietly, is a very interesting thing to say. She came back the next day, and the day after that. 3 weeks after their arrival, a ship came into the port at Agrigento carrying wine from the Aegean. The wine was unremarkable. The ship's captain, however, had news that traveled up from the port to the city with the speed that important news always travels. Faster than the official messengers, carried in the mouths of traders and dock workers and sailors, arriving at the palace by a dozen different routes simultaneously. Minos was looking for them, not quietly, publicly, deliberately, with the particular theatrical certainty of a king who wants the search itself to send a message. He had sent ships to every major port in the Aegean. He had offered a reward significant enough to make it worth the while of any captain who encountered them. He had framed it not as a search for 2 escaped prisoners, but as the recovery of stolen property. The architect who had built the labyrinth and taken with him knowledge that belonged to the Cretan crown. He had also, the captain reported with the relish of a man delivering the most interesting part of the story last, brought a golden honeycomb. Not a real one. A puzzle. Minos was traveling from court to court throughout the Mediterranean with a golden honeycomb and a proposition. He would give a great reward to any craftsman who could thread a string through it, following the spiral of the chambers from the outside to the center. It was not a competition. It was a trap. The only man in the world who would know how to solve it was Daedalus. And Daedalus, if he were hidden in some court under a false name, could not resist the problem. It was too perfectly matched to who he was. The puzzle would find him even if no search party could. Icarus heard this from Phaena, who had heard it from her father's steward. He went directly to the workshop. His father was already there, standing at the stone table with his hands flat on the surface, looking at nothing. The drawings were in front of him, but he wasn't looking at them. He was looking at something else entirely, something in the middle distance that wasn't in the room. Icarus stood in the doorway. You already know, he said. I knew he would do something like this, Daedalus said. I didn't know the specific form. He paused. The honeycomb. Of course, it's the honeycomb. Something moved in his face that was almost rueful. I made one for Minos as a demonstration piece years ago, before the labyrinth. a mechanical honeycomb with internal channels that followed the Fibonacci spiral. He kept it. Of course, he kept it. "Will you solve it?" Icarus said. Daedalus looked at him. "Of course not," he said. "Good," said Icarus. A pause. "Obviously, I can see the solution," his father said. "Immediately. The thread would need to be attached to an ant, and the ant guided through the chambers by placing honey at the exit point. The ant follows the scent through the spiral and draws the thread behind it." He paused. "But I will not solve it." "I know," said Icarus. Another pause. "It's an elegant trap," Daedalus said with a tone in his voice that was not quite admiration and not quite bitterness, and was perhaps both. "He knew you'd think so," Icarus said. His father looked at him. "Yes," he said quietly. "He knew me well enough to know that." He straightened up from the table. "Which is why it will work on someone else." Icarus frowned. "What do you mean?" "Kokalos," Daedalus said. "Minos will come to Kokalos's court with the honeycomb. It's a matter of time. Kokalos is one of the few kings in this part of the world powerful enough to plausibly shelter someone like me. Minos will come here." He paused. "And Kokalos, to demonstrate that he has the best craftsman in the world, which is his particular vanity, and a king's particular vanity is always his most exploitable characteristic. Kokalos will bring the honeycomb to me." The room was quiet. Icarus understood. "He won't mean to betray us," he said slowly. "No," his father agreed. "He'll think he's honoring us, showing Minos that his craftsman can do what Minos' craftsman cannot." A pause. "He won't see the trap until it's already closed." "And then Minos will know where we are?" Icarus said. "Yes." "How long do we have?" Daedalus considered. "Minos is moving methodically," he said. "He'll work through the Aegean courts first. Rhodes, Cyprus, perhaps Phoenicia. Sicily is further. 6 weeks, perhaps 8. He straightened and looked at the drawings on the table. "Enough time to finish the cisterns." Icarus stared at him. "That's what you're thinking about," he said. "The cisterns. The cisterns are what I was brought here to build," Daedalus said with perfect calm. "I will build them. Kokalos has been generous and has asked no questions and has given us what we needed. He deserves the cisterns." "And after," Icarus said. "After," his father said, picking up a drawing and examining it with his usual focused attention, "we will need to be somewhere else." He said it the way he said most practical things. Clearly, without drama, the way you state a constraint in an engineering problem. "We will need to be somewhere else," as though it were a material specification, as though moving again was simply the next step in a plan that had always accounted for it. Icarus looked at him. He thought about Crete and the door that had locked, about the tower and the years in it, about the wings being built feather by feather in the dark, about Sicily and Kamikos and the workshop and the drawings, and Phaena with ink on her hand asking him questions no one else had thought to ask. He thought about somewhere else. "I'm tired of moving," he said. "I know," said his father. "I want to stay somewhere," Icarus said. "Not stay forever. I'm not asking for forever, but stay for long enough to know the shape of a place, long enough to have mornings that feel like mine." Daedalus set down the drawing. He turned and looked at his son with an expression that was not apologetic. He was not a man who apologized for circumstances beyond his control, but was something more complex than that, something that understood the cost of what he was asking and knew that understanding it did not reduce it. "I know," he said again. They stood in the workshop in the Sicilian afternoon, and the light came through the high south windows in long, pale bars, and the smell of stone and sawdust was around them, and neither of them said anything for a while. Then Icarus crossed to the drawing table and picked up a measuring instrument and said, "Show me the gradient calculation for the third cistern again. I think there's a more efficient angle." Daedalus looked at him for a moment. Then he moved to the table and showed him. They worked until the light failed. That night, Icarus sat on the roof of the east wing and looked at the stars and thought about the wings, packed in their cloth rolls in the corner of his room, and about the sun, and about the distance between Sicily and wherever else they would go next, and about the wax. He thought about the wax for a long time. Below him, the city was quiet in the way that cities built on stone are quiet at night, deeply, solidly, the stone holding the day's heat and releasing it slowly into the dark. The stars were the same stars. They were always the same stars. He looked at them until his eyes adjusted, and the faint ones came out from behind the bright ones, and the sky revealed its depth, layer behind layer, each one further and colder and more indifferent than the last. He thought about Phaena's question, "Did any part of you think they might not work?" And his answer, like standing at the edge of a very important question and deciding that the answer matters less than the asking. He sat with that for a while. He was not certain it was true. He was not certain it wasn't. He lay back on the warm stone of the roof and put his hands behind his head and let the stars be above him, and let Sicily be below him, and let himself be somewhere in between, which was, he supposed, where he had always been. The night was warm. The wax would hold. For now, the wax would hold. The cisterns were finished on a Tuesday. Icarus knew it was a Tuesday because Phaena had told him that Tuesdays in Kamikos were market days, and the sound of the market in the lower city had been the background to the final work, the sealing of the clay lining in the third cistern, the testing of the gradient channels with buckets of water carried up from the palace well, the careful methodical checking and rechecking that his father performed on every finished thing as though completion itself were a diagnosis requiring verification. The water ran where it was supposed to run. It collected where it was supposed to collect. It stayed. Daedalus stood at the edge of the deepest cistern and watched the water settle, and was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Good," in the tone he used when something had performed exactly to specification, which was the closest he came to celebration. Icarus sat on the edge of the cistern wall with his feet hanging over and felt the cool air rising from the water below, and thought that 3 months ago he had been in a tower in Crete, and now he was here. And the distance between those two facts was so large that his mind kept sliding off it when he tried to hold both at once. "Will it last?" he said. "The lining, the clay." Fired clay and limestone substrate, properly sealed at the joints, properly graded for water pressure, his father said. 200 years minimum, probably more. He paused. "I won't be here to check." "Neither will I," Icarus said. "No," said his father. They were both quiet for a moment, listening to the water. "Kokalos threw a feast." Of course he did. Kokalos was a king, and kings mark the completion of great works with great feasts. It is one of the more reliable constants of political life, the way that public celebration of achievement is also public demonstration of the power that made the achievement possible. The feast was in the great hall of the upper palace, which Icarus had not been in before. It was a high-ceilinged room that caught the evening breeze through tall open doorways and smelled of roasting meat and wine, and the flowers that Kokalos's daughters had put in every available vessel that afternoon, with the focused, decorative energy of people who take aesthetics seriously. Phaena had put flowers in the workshop too, without announcing she was going to do it. A single clay pot of wild Sicilian flowers on the corner of the drawing table, where there had been nothing but drawings for 3 months. Icarus had noticed them when he came back from the cistern and had stood looking at them for a moment with a feeling he didn't have an exact name for. He sat at the feast between his father and nobody, which was the position of someone who existed in this court as an appendage rather than an entity, and watched the room. Kokalos was at the head of the long table, expansive and satisfied in the way that a man is expansive when something he has wanted for years has been delivered. His 3 daughters were arranged along the right side of the table, the eldest, Crete, composed and watchful, the youngest, Dexithea, 17 and easily distracted by the musicians in the corner, and Phaena in the middle, eating methodically and watching everything with those direct, dark eyes of hers. She caught Icarus looking and held his gaze for exactly 1 beat longer than necessary before returning to her plate. The food was extraordinary. Icarus was still at the stage where food was extraordinary by default. 3 years of tower rations had recalibrated his baseline for what constituted a meal, and everything since arriving in Sicily had been a revelation. But this was the kind of food that would have been extraordinary regardless. Roasted kid with wild herbs, flatbreads with oil and salt, fish from the coast with a Sicilian sauce of pine nuts and raisins that shouldn't have worked together but did, wine that tasted of the dry hills and the thin soil and the specific light of this island. He ate carefully and listened. The conversation at the table was exactly what such conversations always are. The public performance of a court at ease, the careful display of relationships and hierarchies through the medium of apparently casual talk. But underneath it, Icarus was listening for something specific. He was listening for the quality of Kokalos's happiness. Because his father was right, Kokalos's vanity was his builders, his craftsmen, the things he had commissioned and the mines he had gathered. He talked about the cisterns the way some kings talk about military victories, as proof of something about himself. And that particular pride, Icarus understood now, was the door through which Minos would eventually walk. Not yet, but eventually. He looked at his father. Daedalus was seated to Kokalos's right, which was the position of honor, and was engaged in what appeared to be a technical discussion about the acoustic properties of the Great Hall. He had noticed something about the way sound moved in the room, apparently, and Kokalos was leaning forward with that craftsman's interest of his, asking questions. His father looked, Icarus thought, almost comfortable. Not happy. Daedalus was not a man whose default state was happiness, but something close to his natural equilibrium, which was the state of being useful and being in a room where the people around him could understand at least partially what he was doing. It was the closest thing to peace that his father possessed. Icarus looked at that peace and felt protective of it, and knew already that they were counting its days. After the feast, Phaena found him on the terrace outside the great hall. The terrace looked north over the Sicilian interior, pale hills fading into dark under the stars, the occasional light of a farmhouse or a shepherd's fire, the vast empty quiet of an island at night. Icarus was leaning on the stone railing with a cup of wine he wasn't drinking and his wings on his mind. He had been thinking about the wings for 3 days, not the flying. That was always present, a low, continuous frequency underneath everything else, but the condition of the wings themselves. He had unpacked them twice since arriving in Kamikos, checking the wax bonds, the feather attachment, the integrity of the harness. Both times they had been fine. But the Sicilian summer was hotter than the Cretan spring had been, and the storage room in the east wing was not cool, and wax was responsive to heat in ways that were gradual and cumulative and not always immediately visible. He needed to re-wax the primary joints. He had been putting it off without quite knowing why. "You're not drinking that," Phaena said, appearing at his elbow and looking at the cup. "No," he said. "You've been standing here for 20 minutes. Have you been watching me for 20 minutes? "The feast is boring," she said, leaning on the railing beside him and looking out at the dark hills. "The musicians play the same 4 things in rotation. My father is telling your father about a bathhouse he wants to build, and your father is pretending to find it more interesting than the acoustic problem he actually wants to think about. My sister Dexithea has fallen asleep sitting up." She paused. "So yes, I've been watching you for 20 minutes. Icarus looked at the hills. "What were you thinking about?" she said. He considered telling her something easier. He had been thinking about something else. He had been looking at the stars. "The wings," he said. She was quiet for a moment. "Are they all right?" she said. The question was practical. She asked it the way you ask about the condition of a tool you've come to rely on. "I need to re-wax them," he said. "The joints. The heat here is higher than where they were built, and I should have done it 2 weeks ago." "Then do it tomorrow," she said. "I will," he said. A pause. "Why haven't you?" she said. He looked at the hills for a moment. "Because re-waxing them means thinking seriously about using them again," he said, "and I'm not ready to think about that yet." Phaena was quiet. She had a gift for silence. She didn't fill it with words the way some people do, didn't get uncomfortable with it. She let it be what it was and waited for what came next. "Tell me something about Sicily," Icarus said after a while. She looked at him sideways. "What kind of something?" "Anything. Something you actually think about, not something for a guest." She looked out at the hills and thought for a moment with that serious, focused quality she brought to everything. "The caves," she said. "In the hills north of here, there's a system of caves that goes down 300 feet into the limestone. My father doesn't know I've been in them." She paused. "There are paintings on the walls, very old, not from our time, not from our people. Animals that don't exist anymore, painted in red and black by someone who stood in that same place maybe 1,000 years ago and put their hand against the stone and blew pigment around it." Icarus turned to look at her. "Hand outlines," he said. "Yes," she said, "all the way down, every few feet going deeper, as though someone was marking their way in." She paused. "Or their way out." He thought about that. "I'd like to see them," he said. "I know," she said. "I'll take you." They stood in companionable silence for a moment, looking at the dark hills that contained those caves. "Icarus," she said. "Yes." "When Minos comes," she started. He went very still. "When Minos comes," she said quietly, "my father won't know what he's doing. He'll see a king paying a respectful visit. He'll see the honeycomb as a challenge to his pride rather than a trap for your father. He won't." She stopped. "He's a good man and a good king, and he does not have a suspicious nature. That's mostly a virtue. In this specific situation, it's a vulnerability." Icarus turned to look at her fully. "You know," he said. "I've known since the ship captain's news," she said. "I worked it out the same way your father did. It wasn't difficult." A pause. "My father arrived at the same conclusion 4 days later and has not told either of you because he is hoping he's wrong." Icarus stared at her, He knows, he said. He hopes he doesn't know, she said carefully. Those are different things. He hopes that Minos is searching elsewhere. He hopes that Sicily is far enough and small enough and not important enough. He hopes that the problem resolves itself without requiring him to choose between sheltering you and antagonizing Crete. She looked out at the hills. He won't choose. That's the honest thing I can tell you. When the moment comes, he will not choose between you and Minos. He'll try to find a way that isn't a choice, and there won't be one. Icarus absorbed this. He thought about his father standing at the stone table with his hands flat on the surface and the particular stillness of a man who already knew. He thought about the wings in their cloth rolls in the corner of his room. He thought about somewhere else. How long? He said. A ship came into Agrigento this morning, she said. From Rhodes. The harbour master sent word up this afternoon. It's carrying a royal delegation. Cretan markings. She looked at him. Not Minos himself. Not yet. A herald. An advance party. The night air was warm and still around them. 2 days, she said, perhaps 3. Icarus put the cup of wine down on the railing with a careful, precise movement and looked at his hands. I need to tell my father, he said. Yes, she said. He pushed off the railing and turned to go back into the hall. Icarus, she said. He stopped. The caves, she said. Tomorrow morning, early before the herald arrives. I want to show you the hand outlines before... She stopped. Before? He looked at her face in the starlight, direct and dark-eyed, and carrying something she wasn't saying, which was unusual for her. Before we leave, he said. Yes, she said quietly. Before we leave, he said again. Not a question this time. Saying it out loud to make it real. Making it real because it needed to be real now, not tomorrow, not after the herald arrived, not when his father said it was time. Now. We'll leave before the herald gets to my father. Phaena looked at him. Your father's plan was to wait, she said carefully. My father's plan was built on 6 weeks, Icarus said. We have 2 days. He paused. I'm not waiting for Minos to arrive at this court with his honeycomb and his reward and his particular talent for making things complicated. I'm not watching Kokalos try to thread that needle. I'm not... He stopped. Started again. I'm not putting us in a room with Minos again. Phaena was quiet. Your father, she said. Does he know this is what you've decided? Icarus thought about his father at the table inside, discussing bathhouse acoustics with a king who was hoping the problem would resolve itself. He thought about 3 years in a tower, and the wings being built feather by feather in the dark. He thought about somewhere else. Not yet, he said. He went back inside. His father was still at the table with Kokalos. The feast had thinned. Most of the guests had drifted away or fallen asleep in their chairs in the manner of people who have eaten and drunk at the level the evening required. The musicians had stopped. Dexithea had been gently carried off by a servant. Crete sat at the far end of the table reading something by lamplight with the focused composure of someone who is very good at being exactly where they are. Icarus crossed the room and stood at his father's elbow and said quietly, in the particular tone he used when he needed his father's full attention immediately, "Workshop. Now?" Daedalus looked at him. Something in Icarus's face told him everything he needed to know about the urgency, because he said to Kokalos, "Forgive me. 1 moment." They walked to the workshop together in silence, their footsteps on the stone corridor the only sound. In the workshop, Icarus told him what Phaena had told him. Precisely, completely, in order. the ship from Rhodes, the Cretan markings, the 2 days, Kokalos knowing and not knowing, the advance herald. His father stood at the drawing table and listened without interrupting. When Icarus finished, there was a silence that lasted perhaps 10 seconds. "The cisterns are done," Daedalus said. "Yes," said Icarus. "I owe Kokalos the bathhouse plans," Daedalus said. "I told him I would." "Draw them tonight," Icarus said. "Leave them on the table. He'll find them." His father looked at the drawings on the table. 3 months of survey work and calculation and precise, beautiful drawing. The whole system mapped and documented in his careful hand. He picked up a pen. He looked at the blank parchment for a moment. Then he began to draw. Not the bathhouse. He set that aside and pulled a fresh sheet and began something else, something faster, a different kind of drawing. Icarus watched over his shoulder. It was a letter, not a personal letter. His father didn't write those. It was a technical letter, the only kind he knew how to write that carried the full weight of what he meant. It laid out the bathhouse design in summary, the principles, the key dimensions, the material specifications, the 3 decisions that the builder would need to make based on local conditions. Enough that any competent engineer could complete it. More than enough. At the bottom, he wrote a single line that was not technical. "The cisterns will stand 200 years. I hope the city deserves them." He set the pen down. He looked at the letter for a moment. Then he picked up the pen again and added below the first line, "She has good questions, your daughter. See that she is given the tools to find the answers." He set the pen down again and didn't look at Icarus. "The wings," he said. "The primary joints need re-waxing." "I know," said Icarus. "I'll do it now." "We leave before dawn," his father said. "The wind at this time of year runs northeast to southwest in the early morning. We'll use it." He paused. "I've been tracking it for 3 weeks." Of course he had. "Where?" Icarus said. "After here." "Sardinia first," his father said, "then the Italian coast. There is a place," he paused. "There is a place I have been thinking about, in Cumae. There is a craftsman's community there, established, self-governing, not dependent on a single patron. The kind of place where a man is valued for what he can make rather than for who he serves." Another pause. "I should have gone there first." Icarus thought about limestone hills, about cisterns, about hand outlines on cave walls. "You couldn't have known," he said. "I should have planned for it," his father said. "You planned for everything else," Icarus said. "Not everything," his father said quietly. They looked at each other across the drawing table in the lamplight, and the workshop around them smelled of 3 months of work. Stone dust, metal, the particular quality of air that fills a space where difficult problems have been solved. "I'll re-wax the wings," Icarus said. "Meet me on the east terrace at the 4th hour." "4th hour," his father agreed. Icarus turned to go. "Icarus," his father said. He stopped. "The girl," his father said. Not unkindly, just directly, the way he said everything. "She told you this tonight because she wanted you to have time to say goodbye. That was generous." A pause. "Say it properly." Icarus stood in the doorway for a moment. "I know," he said. He went to re-wax the wings. He worked for 2 hours by lamplight, methodical and careful, his father's instructions running in his head like a script he had memorized so thoroughly it had become instinct. Each primary joint, each course of feathers, each bond tested with thumb pressure, and then with a sustained hold. The wax went on warm and set firm, and the wings, when he had finished, felt exactly as they had felt on the tower ledge in Crete. solid, real, the particular physical fact of a thing built with extreme care for a specific purpose. He packed them back into their cloth rolls. He sat for a moment in the quiet of his room with his hands in his lap. Then he went to find Fana. She was where he had left her, or close to it. Not on the terrace now, but in the corridor outside the great hall, sitting on a stone bench with her knees pulled up and a small oil lamp on the floor beside her, reading something. She looked up when she heard his footsteps. She read his face. "Before dawn," she said. "Yes?" She closed the book, set it beside the lamp, looked at him with those direct eyes. "The caves," she said. "We can't go to the caves." "No," he said. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," she said. "It's not." She stopped. "The hand outlines will still be there. They've been there 1,000 years. They'll be there whenever." She stopped again. Icarus sat down on the bench beside her. They sat in the corridor with the small lamp between them, and the palace quiet around them, and the dark hills full of ancient painted hands outside the walls. "I want to tell you something," Phaena said, "before you go." "Tell me," he said. "When you arrived," she said, "I thought you were interesting the way a problem is interesting. Something to examine, something to understand." She paused. "I still think that. But now I also think..." She stopped, looked at the lamp. "I think you're the first person who has ever answered my questions as though they were real questions. Not as though I was a king's daughter asking charming questions, as though I was a person asking questions that mattered and deserved real answers." Icarus looked at her. "They are real questions," he said. "I know," she said. "But most people don't think so." He looked at the lamp for a moment. "You should go somewhere," he said. "Not Kamikos. Somewhere with people who ask the same kind of questions you do. There are places like that. My father says Cumae." "Your father says Cumae for you," she said. "Not for me. For people who think the way you think," he said. "The way we think." She looked at him for a long moment. "Take care of the wax," she said finally. "I will," he said. "I mean it," she said. "I know you know about the wax. I know your father has told you 1,000 times. I'm telling you again because..." She paused. "Because you have a quality that I recognize, and it worries me. You love the thing too much. The flying. You love it the way I love the caves, not just for what it is, but for what it makes you feel. And when you love something that much, you make exceptions for it. You find reasons why this one time, this one circumstance, it's all right to push a little further than you should." Icarus was very quiet. "I know," he said. "Promise me," she said. He looked at her. "I promise," he said. She held his gaze for a moment as though she were checking the wax herself, testing the bond, making sure it would hold. Then she nodded. "Good," she said. They sat together until the 3rd hour, not talking very much, the lamp between them burning steadily down. She told him about the caves, in detail, the way she would have shown them to him if there had been time. The descent, the narrowing, the first paintings appearing on the walls, the hand outlines getting lower and smaller as you went deeper, as though whoever made them was getting younger as they went in, or older, or both. He listened. He tried to hold it all. The details, the image, the feeling of her voice describing a place he would never see. At the 3rd hour, he stood up. She stood up too. They looked at each other in the lamplight for a moment. That was its own kind of saying goodbye. Complete and specific and sufficient. "Fly low," she said. "I will," he said. He walked down the corridor toward the east wing without looking back, which was not because he didn't want to look back, but because looking back was the one thing he genuinely could not afford to do right now. He got the wings. He went to the east terrace. His father was already there. The 4th hour. The night was at its darkest, the deep dark before the sky begins to consider morning, and the air was cool and still, and the stars were as clear as Icarus had ever seen them, every one of them present and exact. They put the wings on in silence. His father's hands checked each strap and joint with the same efficiency he brought to everything, not rushed, not slow, exactly as long as necessary and no longer. Below them, Kamikos slept in its layers of pale stone. The cisterns, somewhere under the hill, held their water in clay-lined chambers in the impermeable limestone. The workshop held its drawings and its letter and its single clay pot of wild Sicilian flowers. Somewhere in the corridor of the east wing, a lamp was burning down. "Ready?" his father said. Icarus looked at the dark. He thought about the 4th hour in the tower, feathers spread on the floor in the lamplight. He thought about Lidos in the corridor, with his helmet in his hands. He thought about Proclas and his 4 questions, and the boat and the salt spray. He thought about Phaena's hands on the railing. "Fly low," she had said. "Ready," he said. They stepped off the terrace into the dark, and the wings opened, and the air received them, and the city fell away below, and the Sicilian stars came out in every direction, and the wind was running northeast to southwest, exactly as his father had said it would be. They flew. Below them, the island moved past in the dark. Pale hills, black valleys, the occasional orange point of a shepherd's fire. The sea appeared ahead, a darker dark than the land, and then they were over it, and Sicily was behind them, and the wind was under the wings and the stars were above, and there was nothing between them and where they were going but open air. Icarus flew level. He flew exactly where his father was, matching the altitude, matching the rhythm, keeping his arms in the position that held him in the thermal without rising. He flew low, and the dark moved with them, and the stars moved overhead, and the sea was below, and somewhere ahead was Sardinia, and somewhere after that was Cumae, and somewhere after that was a craftsman's community and a different kind of life. He flew low. He kept his promise. The night held. Cumae was built around a hole in the ground. That was the first thing Icarus understood about it. Not the harbor, not the craftsman's quarter, not the long colonnaded street that ran from the lower city to the Acropolis, but the cave. Everything in Cumae oriented itself relative to the cave the way a city orients itself relative to a river or a sea. The cave was the reason for the city. The city was the explanation for the cave. The Sibyl lived in it. He didn't see her immediately. You didn't just walk up to the cave. There were protocols, arrangements, a system of intermediaries and waiting periods and ritual preparations that governed access with the thoroughness of a bureaucracy that had been refining itself for generations. The cave was at the top of the Acropolis, cut into the volcanic rock of the hillside, a long descending corridor with high trapezoidal doorways that let in light and wind in equal measure. He saw it from a distance on the first day and felt something he recognized as pull, the same quality of attention the tower window had had, the same quality the sky had had from the tower ledge. Something that asked a question without specifying what the question was. He filed that away. They arrived at dawn, landing in an olive grove on the hillside above the harbor, with the morning light just beginning, and the city below them still mostly asleep. His father had been right about the wind and right about Sardinia. They had stopped there for one day and one night, sleeping in the rough shelter of a fisherman's storage hut, whose owner had asked no questions and accepted 2 bronze pins from Daedalus's traveling kit as payment, with the satisfied nod of a man who has made an excellent transaction. Sardinia had smelled of pine resin and dry earth, and something mineral underneath both, and Icarus had stood on the hillside above the harbor in the early morning and watched the sea and thought about Phaena describing the caves in the hills and the hand outlines going deeper and smaller. He thought about that a lot on the crossing to Italy. He stored it the way he stored other things he needed to keep, carefully, in a specific place, in a form that would remain accessible. The hand outlines, the lamp in the corridor, fly low, the particular quality of her voice when she was describing something she loved. He kept these things and let the sea move under him, and the Italian coast appeared on the 3rd morning out of Sardinia like a promise made by the horizon, low and green and different from anything he had seen. The volcanic hills dark against the pale sky, the mouth of the bay that led to Cumae opening ahead. The craftsman's quarter was in the lower city, which in Cumae meant the part of the city between the old walls and the harbor. A dense, purposeful district of workshops and foundries and wood yards, and the particular organized chaos of many people making many different things in close proximity. It smelled of metal and smoke and pine pitch and the sharp, clean smell of freshly cut stone, and it sounded of hammering and the sustained note of a saw through hardwood and voices calling to each other in the overlapping dialects of people who had come from everywhere. His father walked through it, and his shoulders changed. Icarus noticed this, the specific physical change that happened to his father in the presence of people doing work he respected. Not relaxation exactly, more like alignment, like a compass needle swinging to north. They found the community leader on the 2nd day, a woman named Aelia who ran the quarter the way a harbor master runs a harbor, with practical authority and 0 tolerance for inefficiency. She was perhaps 50, with calloused hands and the permanently assessing eyes of someone who evaluates everything she encounters in terms of its structural integrity. She looked at Daedalus for a long time when they were introduced. "You're the man from Crete," she said. "I was the man from Athens before that," Daedalus said. "You built the labyrinth." "I built many things," he said. "The labyrinth is the one people know about." "Why?" "Because Minos made sure they knew about it," Daedalus said. He did not make sure they knew about the irrigation system or the harbor wall or the acoustically calibrated throne room. Those were useful. The labyrinth was a statement. Aelia looked at him for another moment. "We don't make statements here," she said. "We make things that work." "Good," said Daedalus. "What do you need?" "A workshop," he said. "Materials from the communal store. I'll specify what I need and what I can contribute in return. A month to establish what's useful for me to work on." He paused. "My son. He works with me." Aelia looked at Icarus with the same assessing quality she'd brought to his father. "How old?" she said. 15, said Icarus. "What can you do?" "Stone, metal, wood, feathers," Icarus said. "Structural calculation, survey work, load-bearing analysis, acoustic properties of enclosed spaces." He paused. "Wings." Aelia looked at him for a moment. "Wings," she said. "Functional ones," he said. "I've used them." She looked at him with an expression that was not disbelief exactly, but was in the vicinity of it, assessing whether what he'd said was a metaphor or a fact, and apparently concluded it was probably a fact, because she said, "Don't use them inside the workshop," and moved on. The workshop was smaller than Kamikos but better organized. Icarus spent the first week learning its logic, where everything was kept, how the communal store system worked, what the established patterns of work and rest were in the quarter, who to ask for specific materials, who to avoid when you needed to concentrate. He mapped it the way he mapped all spaces now, with the particular spatial awareness that 3 years in a small room had permanently installed in him. He also mapped Cumae. The city had a quality unlike any place he'd been. Not the tourist-facing grandeur of Knossos or the practical hillside functionality of Kamikos, but a dense, layered, self-directed vitality. People here had come from somewhere else and chosen to stay, which meant that the city was made of choices rather than circumstances, and that gave it a different character. There were craftsmen from Egypt and from Phoenicia, and from the Italian interior and from islands he couldn't name. There was a library, a real one, not a palace archive, but a public library in a long building near the Agora, open to anyone who came in the right hours. There was the cave. Icarus went to see it properly on the 7th day, walking up the Acropolis path in the morning before the workshop day began. The corridor was exactly as it appeared from a distance, long and trapezoidal and high, cut through pale volcanic rock, with openings along the upper walls that let the light fall in at intervals, the light moving as the morning progressed, so that different sections of the corridor were illuminated at different hours. He walked to the end. The cave itself was a chamber at the corridor's terminus, larger than you expected after the narrow approach, with a domed ceiling that caught and distributed sound in a specific way that he recognized immediately. He stood in it and made a small sound and listened to what the cave did with it. "You noticed," said a voice. He turned. There was a woman sitting on a stone seat at the far side of the chamber. He had not seen her. She sat very still and wore the color of the rock and had the quality of someone who has spent a great deal of time in this specific place and had come to share certain properties with it. She was very old, not Daedalus's kind of old, not vigorous age, not productive maturity. She was the age of something that has lasted beyond its expected duration through sheer accumulated presence. "The acoustic properties," Icarus said, recovering himself. "The curve of the ceiling distributes the resonance evenly. It's similar to what my father did in the throne room at Knossos, but more." He paused. "More complete, like someone understood the principle better than he did." The woman's eyes were very dark and very clear. "Your father built the throne room at Knossos," she said. "Yes." "And you are his son?" "Yes." "The one who flew," she said. He looked at her. "Proclas the fisherman talks to everyone," he said. Something moved at the corner of her mouth. "Not only Proclas," she said. "Sit down." He sat on the stone floor of the cave, and the acoustic space settled around them both, and the light from the trapezoidal doorways moved slowly as the morning progressed. "What do you want to know?" she said. He thought about it. "Is that how it works?" he said. "I ask you something?" "It's how everything works," she said. "The question shapes the answer. The wrong question gets the wrong answer. Most people come in here with the wrong question. What do they ask?" "They ask what will happen," she said. "Future events, outcomes, whether their ship will come in safely, whether their son will live, whether the harvest will be good." She paused, as though what they need is certainty. "And what do they actually need?" She looked at him with those dark, clear eyes. "Ask your own question," she said, "not someone else's." Icarus looked at the curved ceiling of the cave. He thought about what his actual question was. He had a lot of questions. He was, fundamentally, a person who had a lot of questions. It was perhaps the deepest thing about him, more constant than anything else. But there was one that had been sitting in the center of everything for as long as he could remember. Patient and persistent, outlasting all the surface questions. "What is the highest I can go?" he said. The Sibyl was quiet for a moment. "That's not the question you mean," she said. He thought about it again. "How far is too far?" he said. She looked at him. "Better," she said, "but still not the real one." He sat with it. The light moved in the cave. "Will I know when to stop?" he said. The Sibyl was quiet for a long time, long enough that Icarus began to wonder if she was going to answer at all, or if the silence was the answer, or if she had simply gone somewhere else in her mind that had nothing to do with him. Then she said, "Every person who has ever flown has asked that question. Not with wings. Most of them had no wings. With ships, with armies, with ideas, with love. They all ask it. Will I know when to stop? They ask it because they already know the answer, and they want someone to tell them a different one." Icarus looked at her. "What's the answer?" he said. "You know the answer," she said. He looked at the floor of the cave. "No," he said quietly. "Yes," she said, not unkindly. "You know it. Your father has told you. The girl in Sicily told you. The feathers and the wax tell you every time you put the wings on. You know exactly where the limit is." She paused. "The question is not whether you know. The question is whether you'll remember it when the moment comes." The cave was quiet around them. "And will I?" he said. She looked at him for a long moment. "I don't answer that kind of question," she said. "Why not?" "Because the answer changes depending on what you do between now and then," she said. "I'm not a chronicle. I don't read what's written. I read what's possible." She paused. "What's possible for you is very wide." Icarus looked at the curved ceiling and the light falling through the high openings. "That sounds like something you say to everyone," he said. "It is something I say to everyone," she said. "It's also true." He stood up. She watched him from her stone seat with those clear, dark eyes. "Come back," she said, "when you have the real question." He walked back through the trapezoidal corridor and out into the Cumaean morning with the smell of the cave in his clothes and the feeling that he had been in a room with a very large problem and had not quite managed to name it. The flying started 3 weeks after they arrived. Not planned, not premeditated. He had gone out early on a Tuesday, the wings in their pack on his back, because he always had them near him, and there was no particular reason not to. And he had climbed to the ridge above the olive grove where they had landed on arrival, and the morning had been extraordinary, clear and cool, with a northwest wind running steady and clean, and the sea below had been the blue of the very best kind of blue. And he had put the wings on and stepped off the ridge before he had formally decided to. 20 minutes. A long arc over the coastal scrubland and back to the ridge, low over the water, nothing dramatic. Everything exactly within the parameters his father had established for safe flight. He was back in the workshop before the main day began. His father said nothing. He didn't know, Icarus thought. He had been back in time. He had not been missed. The morning had looked like every other morning. He went again 3 days later. The problem with flying alone, and he knew it was a problem, he catalogued it clearly and honestly in the part of his mind that dealt with structural integrity, was that it was the opposite of a problem. It felt entirely, completely, undeniably correct. not reckless, not irresponsible. Necessary in the way that eating is necessary, in the way that sleeping is necessary, in the way that some things are not about preference, but about the basic requirements of continuing to be yourself. In the tower, he had lived without the sky for 3 years and had not died from it, had not even, he thought, been fundamentally damaged by it. But now that he had the sky back, now that he had felt what it was to move through air with the right equipment and the right conditions and the full understanding of the physics, he could not imagine choosing not to use it. He went 3 times in the first week, 5 times in the second. Each time he came back within the hour, within the altitude his father had specified, within everything that was sensible and careful and structurally sound. He re-waxed before every flight, checked every joint, flew level, flew low, flew with the full attention his father had taught him. But he went higher each time, not much higher, incremental. The kind of increase that is easy to justify because the increment itself is small, 100 feet higher than last time, then 100 more. Each time the wax held and the wings held, and the air was where it was supposed to be, and the sun was where it was supposed to be, and everything was fine, and the sky was the most extraordinary thing, and he came back, and the day continued, and no one knew. He told himself a version of what the Sibyl had said. What's possible for you is very wide. His father knew. Of course his father knew. He found out on a Wednesday morning in their 5th week at Cumae, not because he had been watching for it, but because he was Daedalus, because he had built the wings and knew their wear patterns and understood how use registered in the feathers and the wax and the harness leather. And one morning he was helping Icarus re-wax a secondary joint, and he ran his thumb along the inside of the primary harness strap and stopped. He didn't say anything immediately. He finished re-waxing the joint with the same methodical care as always, and set the wing down and looked at his hands. "How many times?" he said. Icarus was quiet. "I'm not asking how many times you went," his father said. "I know approximately how many times. I'm asking how many times you went higher than the limit we agreed." Icarus looked at the workshop wall. "All of them," he said. His father was quiet. "How high?" he said. "Within reason," Icarus said. "I checked the wax before every flight. I watched the temperature. I watched the altitude. I watched—" "How high?" his father said again. Icarus told him. Daedalus was quiet for a long time. He picked up the wing and looked at the primary joint with his thumbnail against the wax. "This joint," he said, "has a microfracture in the wax bond that you missed in your pre-flight check this morning." Icarus looked at the joint. He had checked it. He had checked every joint. He always checked every joint. He looked more carefully. There it was. A hairline fracture in the wax, barely visible, along the inside edge of the joint where the feather shafts were anchored. Invisible to a quick visual check, visible if you knew exactly what you were looking for and where to look. "At your current altitude," his father said, "and at the temperature of a clear midday, that joint would fail at approximately—" "Don't," Icarus said. His father stopped. "I know," Icarus said. "Then why?" "I know," Icarus said again, louder than he'd intended. "I know. I know all of it. I know the physics. I know the wax. I know the temperature gradient. I know the altitude at which the sun's heat becomes a variable that changes the calculation. I know all of it." "Then—" "Because I love it," Icarus said. The workshop was very quiet. "Because it is the only time," he said, "when I am completely, entirely, without reservation, where I am supposed to be, not hiding, not moving, not being managed or sheltered or carried from one court to another, not being your son or Minos' prisoner, or a guest of Kokalos or a problem to be solved. Just, he stopped. Just that. His father looked at him. He had known his father's face his whole life and could read it with a precision that few other people had access to. And what was in it now was not anger, and was not frustration, and was not the cold, analytical expression he brought to structural problems. It was something that Icarus recognized, but had not seen there often. Fear, not panic. His father did not panic. The specific, controlled, acknowledged fear of someone who has identified the failure mode of something they cannot afford to have failed. "I know," his father said, and then quietly, as though it cost him something, "I know what it is, what it feels like." Icarus looked at him. "You've flown alone?" he said. "Not with wings," his father said. "With everything else." A pause. "There is always a thing that is the most completely yourself. The thing that feels necessary. The thing you make exceptions for." He looked at the wing on the table. The exceptions compound. "I know that," Icarus said. "Knowing it and applying the knowledge in the moment are different skills," his father said. "The moment of knowing is easy. The moment of application is when you are already in the air and the sky is extraordinary and the exceptions feel like wisdom." Icarus was quiet. "You told me you would know when to stop," his father said. "I do know," Icarus said. "I haven't stopped knowing. I've just been testing the distance between knowing and stopping," his father said. Icarus looked at the fracture in the wax joint. The thing about the fracture, the thing that was sitting in his chest like a stone, was not that it was there. It was that he had missed it. He had checked, and he had missed it, and he had been about to put the wings on and fly at an altitude where that fracture would have... He didn't finish that thought. "Re-wax it," his father said, "completely. The whole joint. Full heat, full seal, full cure time before you use them." "Yes," Icarus said. "And we talk about the altitude," his father said. "Not a prohibition. A conversation. You tell me what you've been doing, and I tell you the exact physics, and we agree on a number that is honest about what you need and honest about what the wings can carry." Icarus looked at him. "Yes," he said. "Not my number," his father said. "Ours." Icarus nodded. They re-waxed the joint together, carefully, completely, taking 3 times as long as necessary to make sure every part of the bond was solid. The wax went on in the warm workshop air and set slowly, and they waited for it, and neither of them said anything. When it was done, his father tested it with his thumbnail and said, "Good." And Icarus said, "I'm sorry I missed it." And his father said, "I know." He went back to the cave. Not the next day. The joint needed time to cure fully, and he had agreed with his father to wait a week before flying again, and he kept that agreement with the precise honesty that the conversation had required. But on the 3rd day, he walked up the Acropolis path in the morning and went through the trapezoidal corridor and stood in the domed chamber, and the Sibyl was there again, or still, in the same stone seat. She looked at him. "You found the real question," she said. He sat down on the floor. "I don't know if I'll remember it when the moment comes," he said. "That's the question. Not will I know when to stop, whether I'll remember what I know." "Yes," she said. "What do I do with that?" he said. She was quiet for a moment. "You build a habit," she said, "not of stopping, of remembering. Every flight, you practice remembering. You make the remembering as automatic as the wing check, as reliable as the wax. She paused. Memory is a skill, like everything else. It gets stronger with use. And if it isn't strong enough, he said. She looked at him with those dark, clear eyes. Then you find out, she said, the hard way. He sat in the cave, and the light moved through the high openings, and the acoustic space held everything that was said in it with equal care. There's something else, he said. Tell me, she said. I think. He stopped. I think I have always known, somewhere, that this ends one specific way, that all of it, the tower, the wings, the flying, the going and going and going, that it ends in the air. He paused, not necessarily badly, but in the air, that the air is where my story ends, one way or another. The Sibyl was very still. Yes, she said. He sat with that. Is that a prophecy? He said. It's an observation, she said, made by you, not by me. Does it change anything? He said. She thought about it with genuine consideration. It depends on what you do with it, she said. Some people told that their story ends in the sea never go to sea again. Some people go to sea every day because if it ends there, it might as well end well. She paused. Which kind of person are you? Icarus looked at the ceiling of the cave. He thought about the wings in the workshop. He thought about the fracture he had missed, and about his father's face, and about Phaena's hands on the railing. He thought about the feeling of the air and the sky, and the particular completeness of being himself in flight. I don't know yet, he said honestly. That's the right answer, she said. He walked back down the hill into the city, and the morning was bright around him, and the smell of the craftsman's quarter came up from below, metal and smoke and pine pitch and work. And his father was in the workshop, and the wings were on the table with their newly sealed joint, curing slowly in the warm air. He stood in the doorway for a moment and looked at them. Then he went in and picked up his tools and started work. The wax was curing. He could wait. Summer came to Cumae the way summer comes to volcanic coastlines. Suddenly, completely, without the gradual negotiation of seasons that more temperate places allow. 1 week the mornings were cool and the light had the pale quality of late spring, and the next week the heat was present from before dawn, pressing down on the city from a sky that had gone from blue to white blue to something that was almost colorless at midday, the air thick and still and smelling of dry grass and hot stone. Icarus tracked the temperature. He had always tracked the temperature. His father had taught him to read it before he taught him almost anything else about the wings, because temperature was the primary variable, the one that governed everything else, the one that could not be compensated for or worked around, only respected. But now he tracked it with additional care, with the thoroughness of someone who has looked at a hairline fracture in a wax bond and understood in his body what his mind had always known. He kept a record on a piece of parchment in the workshop. Morning temperature, midday temperature, evening temperature, wind direction, wind speed estimated by the movement of the olive trees on the ridge. 3 weeks of data accumulating, a pattern emerging. The pattern was, the best flying hours were at dawn. Before the sun was fully up, when the sky was light, but the air was still cool, when the thermals were beginning to form, but had not yet reached the midday intensity that made altitude unpredictable. The wings performed best in these conditions. The wax held firmest. The calculations his father had given him were most reliable. He flew at dawn. Every third day, by agreement with his father, a frequency that balanced the necessity he felt against the accumulated wear on the wings, which needed rest between uses the way any structural material needs rest. He re-waxed before each flight. He checked every joint. He flew the agreed altitude, higher than the original limit, lower than where he had been pushing before the fracture. A number arrived at through the honest conversation his father had promised and delivered, working through the physics together at the stone table in the workshop on a cool evening with both of them present in the problem. The number felt right. Not because it was as high as he wanted to go. It wasn't. There was always higher. There was always the next thermal carrying him up another 100 feet, always the possibility of another 100 above that, the sky not ending anywhere he could see from where he flew, the blue going up and up and up into something that he understood intellectually was not infinite, but which presented no visible evidence of its limits from where he was. But the number felt right because it was honest, because it had been arrived at through a process that accounted for all the real variables and not just the ones that were convenient. Because when he was flying at that altitude and the sky was around him and the coast was below, and the feeling was what it always was, complete, entire, necessary. He could hold all of it simultaneously, the joy and the limit, the flying and the wax, the sky and the sun above it. He was building the habit. The Sibyl had said to build the habit, and he was building it. It was working. He was also building other things. Cumae had turned out to be exactly what his father had said it was, a place where people were valued for what they could make rather than for who they served. And Icarus, who had not previously known what it was to be valued for what he could make independently of his father, discovered that this was a different experience than he had expected. Not better than working with his father, not worse, perpendicular. It started with the library. He had been going there in the evenings, in the hours after the workshop day ended, and before the communal dinner that the craftsman's quarter held 3 times a week. A loose, easy meal that everyone contributed to and no one organized officially, and which somehow always happened with the organic efficiency of something that has found its own equilibrium. The library had a section on natural philosophy, not the practical engineering texts his father used, but the more speculative literature, the thinkers who asked questions about why things were the way they were, rather than how to make them do what you needed. He read about the nature of air, about the behavior of birds, about the geometry of curved surfaces moving through fluid media. Most of it he had encountered in some form through his father. Some of it was new. One text, a Pythagorean analysis of musical ratios and their relationship to the movement of the planets, made him sit down on the library floor and read it 3 times through because it was doing something he hadn't seen done before, connecting the acoustic principles he knew from the throne room and the cave with the mathematical patterns his father used in structural calculation, finding the same numbers in completely different domains. He copied out the key passages. He brought them to the workshop and showed his father, who read them with his usual focused attention and said, "Pythagoras." And then, he understood the resonance problem better than I did. I arrived at the practical solution empirically. He had the theoretical framework first. "Does that bother you?" Icarus said. His father considered. "It interests me," he said. Icarus started leaving notes in the library margins. Not many. The library had a strict policy about annotation, but he found the single permitted notation per page that the librarian allowed and used them with the precision of someone working within a meaningful constraint. Questions, mostly. If the ratio holds in music, Does it hold in architecture? If the resonance pattern scales, what is the largest structure that could be designed around it? If the principle applies in 2 dimensions, does it apply in 3? The librarian, a small dry man named Hermodoros, who had the permanent expression of someone listening to a sound only he could hear, noticed the notes after 3 weeks and came to find him. The questions in the margins of the Pythagorean text, he said without preamble. I stayed within the annotation policy, Icarus said. I'm not concerned about the policy, Hermodoros said. I'm concerned that 3 of the questions are ones I've been trying to answer for 15 years, and I'd like to know what a boy of 15 has in mind when he asks them. Icarus looked at him. Do you want to sit down? He said. Hermodoros sat down. They talked for 2 hours. After that, Icarus had a key to the library's restricted section, which contained the texts that were considered too unfinished or too speculative or too argumentative to be on the general shelves, and Hermodoros had 3 new annotation notes to think about, and something had shifted in the texture of Icarus's days in Cumae, had become less like existing in a place and more like belonging to one. His father finished the bathhouse commission in week 6. It was smaller than the Kamikos cisterns, but more technically intricate. The challenge was the volcanic substrate, which was unstable in specific ways that required the structural supports to be designed around the geology, rather than despite it, a problem that his father attacked with the particular relish he reserved for constraints that were interesting. Icarus worked on it with him, and also separately, taking a small commission of his own, a set of resonance panels for the main hall of a temple being built in the upper city, the priest in charge of the construction having heard through Hermodoros that there was someone in the craftsman's quarter who understood acoustic principles in built spaces. He had never done something entirely on his own before, not on this scale, not a real commission with a real client and real specifications, and the complete responsibility for whether it worked sitting on him rather than shared with his father. He was terrified. He managed the terror by doing what his father had always done, by breaking the problem into its components and addressing each component in order, and refusing to think about the whole until the components were ready to be assembled. The resonance panels needed to be curved at a specific radius to distribute sound evenly through the hall. The radius needed to match the hall's dimensions in the ratio the Pythagorean text had described. The material needed to be dense enough to reflect sound cleanly, but mounted in a way that allowed the necessary vibration. He calculated. He built test panels in the workshop. He tested them acoustically with Hermodoros' help. The librarian had, it turned out, an excellent ear for resonance, a skill developed over years of cataloging texts in a room whose acoustic properties he had spent decades analyzing. The test panels worked. He built the full panels. He installed them. He stood in the finished hall on the morning of the installation and made a small sound and listened to what the room did with it. It was not as good as the Sibyl's cave. It was very good. He stood there for a long time by himself, listening to the space he had made, and feeling something that was not pride exactly, and not satisfaction exactly, but was in the territory of both, a kind of rightness. A recognition that a thing had been made that would outlast the making, that the room would go on being that room long after he was not in it. He thought about the cisterns under the hill in Kamikos. He thought about his father's note. The cisterns will stand 200 years. I hope the city deserves them. He understood that note differently now than he had when he'd watched his father write it. Midsummer arrived. The heat became total. the kind of heat that reorganizes the day around itself, driving all significant activity into the morning and evening hours and leaving midday as a suspended, bleached, almost motionless interval that the city passed through rather than inhabited. Icarus flew in the early mornings and worked in the library after dark, and spent the suspended midday hours on the roof of the workshop with a cup of water and the growing pile of notes he was accumulating on the relationship between acoustic principles and structural mathematics, a project that had no commission and no client and no purpose other than the fact that the question interested him. He was happy. He was, and this was new enough that he kept noticing it with something like surprise. Genuinely happy, not the absence of suffering happiness of the tower years, but an active, present, full-spectrum happiness that included the heat and the work and the library and the cave and his father across the workshop table and the wings and the dawn flights and all of it together, the whole shape of his days here. He thought about that sometimes. He thought about how close the Cretan ship had been to finding them in Kamikos, about the advance herald who had arrived 2 days after they left, which Phaeana had told him in the letter that reached them through a trading ship 3 weeks after their arrival in Cumae, a letter that was brief and practical and contained no sentiment except in the final line, which said, "The flowers are still on the drawing table. No one has moved them." He kept the letter in the restricted section of the library with his other important papers. He thought about the close thing and felt the happiness more sharply for its proximity to the alternative. The morning of the summer solstice was perfect. He knew it was perfect before he was fully awake, could feel it in the quality of the air coming through the workshop window, the particular stillness of it, the temperature exactly where it needed to be. The early light having that specific transparent quality that meant the sky above was clean and the wind at altitude would be steady and the thermals would be building in the most predictable and manageable way. He lay still for a moment and felt the perfection of it. Then he got up and went to look at his temperature record. The numbers were the best he had logged since beginning the record. Not the coolest. He had flown on cooler mornings, but coolest in relation to clarity, wind in relation to thermal stability. All the variables in alignment in a way that happened rarely and that he had been waiting for without quite knowing he was waiting for it. He re-waxed the wings completely. Not the targeted re-wax of a specific joint, but the full process, every surface, every bond, taking an hour and doing it with the total attention it required. When he was done, the wings were in the best condition they had been in since his father built them. He sat with them for a moment. He thought about the agreed number, the altitude they had discussed, arrived at honestly, the physics worked through together. He thought about what today's conditions actually supported. The two numbers were different, not by much, by enough. His father was still asleep. This was unusual. Daedalus was an early riser, reliably awake before Icarus, the workshop lamp already lit when Icarus came in most mornings. But he had been working late for 3 nights on the final calculations for a new commission, a drainage system for the lower city that Aelia had brought to him. And this morning, the workshop was dark, and his room was quiet. Icarus stood in the workshop doorway with the wings on his back. He thought about waking him. He thought about the conversation they would have. His father would look at the conditions and confirm what Icarus already knew, that they were exceptional. He would run the numbers. He would arrive at a higher number than the agreed limit because the conditions supported it. He would set a new limit for today, specific to today's conditions, honest and calculated and real. It would be the same number Icarus had already arrived at on his own. He was certain of this. He was, and this was the moment This was the moment the Sibyl had been talking about. This was the exact moment he had been building the habit for. He was using his certainty as a reason not to wake his father. He stood in the doorway. He held it. He held the moment, and the certainty, and the exceptional conditions, and the wings on his back, and the perfect morning outside, and the agreed limit, and the higher number, and his certainty that they were the same. Then he turned around and went to his father's room and knocked on the door. Daedalus came to the workshop in the not quite awake state of someone pulled from deep sleep, his hair uncharacteristic, and his eyes taking a moment to focus. He looked at the temperature record. He ran the numbers, not quickly, properly, taking the time they required. He looked up. "You've already done this calculation," he said. "Yes," Icarus said. "And you got?" Icarus told him the number. His father looked at the record again. "Yes," he said. "That's what I get." He set the parchment down, looked at Icarus. "You woke me up to confirm a calculation you'd already done correctly." "Yes," Icarus said. His father was quiet for a moment. Then something happened in his face that Icarus had almost never seen there. Something that was not quite a smile, but was in the same family as one. The expression of a man confronted with evidence that the most important thing he has ever tried to teach has actually been learned. "Go," he said. Icarus went. The morning received him the way perfect mornings receive you, completely, without resistance, as though the air had been arranged specifically for this purpose and had been waiting. He rose from the ridge above the olive grove, and the coast fell away below, and the sea opened in every direction, and the sky above was the clearest it had been all summer, the blue so deep and consistent that it seemed structural, like something you could push against. He found the thermal he had been tracking from the ground for 3 weeks, a consistent rising column above the dark volcanic rock of the headland north of the city, dependable in these conditions, the kind of thermal his father had taught him to identify and use. He let it carry him up with his arms set at the angle that maximized lift while maintaining control. Up. He watched the altimeter, a simple instrument his father had made, a sealed chamber of air with a pressure membrane, calibrated against known reference points. The needle moved. He watched the temperature indicator, another of his father's instruments, a strip of bimetal that curved measurably with heat changes, small but readable against the scale his father had marked on the housing. Both instruments said, "You are within the calculation." He kept going. The city became small below him, then smaller. He could see the whole shape of Cumae from here. The harbor, the Acropolis with the cave cut into its side, the craftsman's quarter with its smoke, the new temple where the resonance panels were already doing their work in the empty hall. He could see the ridge above the olive grove. He could see the workshop. He could see, he thought, the open window of his father's room. He leveled off at the number. Not because the thermal had stopped. It hadn't stopped. It was still rising, steady and clean, the conditions still perfect, the temperature indicator still reading safely within the range. He could have gone higher. The conditions supported it. He leveled off at the number. He held it. He flew level at the agreed altitude, in the clean summer air, in the perfect morning, with the coast below him and the sea in every direction, and the sky above, and the sun. The sun was where it always was, above him. He looked at it, not directly, not fully, but the way you look at something you are keeping track of, with peripheral attention and respect for its brightness and full awareness of its position relative to his own. The sun was where it always was. He was where he had agreed to be. He flew. 20 minutes at altitude. Then he let the thermal go and banked south and began the long descent back toward the ridge, the city coming back up to meet him, the details resolving from the small shapes of distance into the specific things they were. The harbor, the library, the workshop window. He came down over the olive grove, and the ground came up, and his feet found it, and the wings folded, and the morning was all around him, ordinary and full, and smelling of olives and dry grass, and the particular good smell of Cumaean summer. He stood on the ridge for a moment. He was breathing hard from the descent. His arms ached in the specific way they ached after flight, the deep muscle fatigue of sustained, controlled effort, the kind that felt like honesty. Below him, the city was waking up. He could hear the craftsman's quarter beginning, the first hammer, the first saw, the first voices calling across the morning. The library would be opening soon. Hermodoros would be in his chair by the window with his first text of the day. His father would be at the workshop table. He went down the ridge path through the olive grove, the wings furled on his back, the morning full around him. He thought about the moment in the doorway, the certainty, the exceptional conditions, the number he had already calculated, the choice to knock on his father's door anyway. He tried to understand why he had made that choice, not because he needed the confirmation. He had been right about the number, not because he was afraid. He wasn't, not of the flight itself, because the habit was the thing, because the habit had to be stronger than the exceptional morning, because the moment when you most completely don't need to check is the moment when checking is most important, because it establishes the habit's strength, proves it can hold not just under difficulty, but under ease, not just when you're uncertain, but when you're sure. He had checked. The habit had held. He walked into the city. 3 days later, the heat broke. A storm came in from the northwest in the afternoon, the kind of dramatic Mediterranean summer storm that arrives without apology and reorganizes everything. Black clouds building over the hills, the temperature dropping 15 degrees in an hour. Lightning over the sea. Rain that came down in the focused, determined way of rain that has been withheld for weeks and intends to make up the deficit all at once. The craftsman's quarter closed early. People gathered in the covered communal space with wine and food and the particular ease of people sheltering together from weather that is not dangerous but is emphatic. Icarus sat with Hermodoros and a woman named Thalia, who made ceramic vessels and had been trying to solve an acoustic problem in her kiln and had been consulting Icarus about it for 2 weeks. They sat and drank wine and listened to the rain and talked about the resonance problem and the Pythagorean ratios and whether the principle could be applied to the shape of a kiln chamber to produce more even heat distribution. Thalia, it turned out, had been thinking about this problem for years and had arrived at a partial solution that was different from the approach Icarus had been developing, and which, and this was the thing, this was the part he kept thinking about afterward, was better in one specific way. Her solution had accounted for a variable he had overlooked entirely. He sat back and looked at what she had just shown him. "How long have you been working on this?" he said. 4 years, she said. "You found this in 4 years, he said. "I would have found it eventually, but I would have gone around the long way." He paused. "How did you see it?" "I make pots," she said. "I spend a lot of time thinking about the inside of things. What happens inside the wall, inside the kiln, inside the clay itself while it's firing." She paused. "Your approach comes from the outside in. Mine comes from the inside out. They see different things. He thought about that for a long time. He thought about the tower, 3 years inside, learning the inside of things with the thoroughness of someone who had nothing else available. He thought about the wings, the outside of the sky, the surface of the air. He thought about the cave, the Sibyl inside the hill, inside the volcanic rock, inside the acoustic chamber, inside out, outside in. "I want to show you something in the library," he said. They went to the library in the Hermodorus pulling his robe over his head with the resigned expression of a man who lives in a library and regards the distance between the library and everything else as a persistent structural flaw in reality. They worked through the evening. His father found him there late, the library lamp burning low, Hermodorus asleep in his chair by the window with a text open on his lap. Thalia gone home 2 hours ago. Icarus alone at the table with his notes spread around him in the organized chaos of a problem that is becoming understood. Daedalus stood in the library doorway and looked at the table. He looked at it for a long time. "The resonant structure relationship," he said. "The Pythagorean ratios apply in 3 dimensions," Icarus said, "not just in sound, in the distribution of stress through a curved structure." Thalia showed me a variable I'd been missing, and it opened the whole thing up. He paused. "If you apply the ratio to the load-bearing curves in a vaulted structure, you get a form that is simultaneously acoustically optimal and structurally optimal. The same geometry does both." His father came into the library and stood over the notes. He was quiet for a long time. "This is new," he said. "I think so," Icarus said. "Pythagoras had the ratio. The structural engineers have the load curves, but no one has put them together, as far as I can find." "I haven't seen this," his father said. Icarus looked at him. "Neither have I," he said, "until tonight." His father looked at the notes for a long time. Then he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Show me," he said. The rain was still falling outside. The library lamp burned. Hermodorus slept in his chair. The storm moved over Cumae and passed on toward the sea. They worked until the lamp went out. 2 mornings later, Icarus woke before dawn and lay still for a moment and felt the quality of the air. The storm had cleared everything. The air was different after the break, cooler, cleaner, the particular freshness of an atmosphere that had been washed. The temperature was lower than any morning since spring. He lay still and felt it. The conditions were extraordinary, better than the solstice morning, better than anything he had recorded. He got up and dressed and went to the workshop and stood at the door to his father's room for a moment. He knocked. His father's voice, immediately, "Give me a moment." They went to the ridge together. They flew side by side in the extraordinary post-storm morning, the coast below them, and the sea clean and bright after the rain, and the sky the deepest blue of the summer so far. His father flew with the controlled efficiency of someone who has understood the physics for years and trusts that understanding completely. Icarus flew beside him and matched his altitude and felt the morning in every part of himself, the cool air and the wings and the sun exactly where it was, and the sea below and his father beside him. They flew for 40 minutes at the agreed altitude. They came down together over the olive grove and stood on the ridge in the morning, and the city was below them, and the day was beginning. "Good conditions," his father said. "Yes," said Icarus. They walked down through the olive grove together, and the summer was all around them, and the city was waking, and the workshop was ahead, and the notes were on the library table waiting to be continued. Icarus walked and felt the whole weight and fullness of everything, the present moment, complete and real and full, and held it without trying to extend it or preserve it or make it into something it wasn't. He was here. He was exactly here. For now, that was everything. Autumn came to Cumae slowly, the way it comes to places that have earned their seasons. Not as an ending, but as a different kind of fullness. The heat releasing its hold degree by degree, until one morning you notice that the air has texture again, that the light has an angle to it, that the olive trees on the ridge are doing something different with the wind. Icarus noticed it on a Tuesday. He was on the roof with his notes when he felt it, a quality in the afternoon air that hadn't been there the day before. Not cold, just less hot. The first intimation of the thing that would eventually be autumn, so preliminary that it was almost more idea than fact, but real enough that he stopped writing and sat with it for a moment. He thought, I have been here 4 months. He thought, I am still here. This still surprised him sometimes, not the fact of it, but the texture of it. That here was a place he was still in rather than a place he had passed through. That Cumae had not become another room to leave. He went back to his notes. The manuscript had grown. What had started as margin annotations in the library and accumulated into working notes and then into the document he and Hermodorus and his father had been developing together through the autumn months was now something that had earned the word. Not finished. He was 15, and he understood that this was the beginning of a lifetime of thinking about the problem, not the resolution of it, but substantial, honest. The kind of document that said something true about the relationship between acoustic resonance and structural geometry in built spaces, with the mathematical framework that the Pythagorean texts implied but hadn't completed, and the practical applications that his father's engineering knowledge made possible, and the inside-out perspective that Thalia had contributed when she found the variable he'd been missing. It had 4 authors, which felt right. Hermodorus said it was the most interesting thing he'd read in 20 years, and then immediately qualified this by saying that it needed another 3 years of work before it was ready to be shown to anyone serious. Icarus agreed. His father said nothing about it for 2 weeks after reading the full draft, and then said, the section on vaulted load distribution is wrong in a specific way that is actually more interesting than the correct version. Don't fix it yet. Think about why it's wrong first. Icarus had been thinking about why it was wrong for 3 weeks and had not yet arrived at the answer, and found this completely satisfying. He still flew. Every 3rd day, by agreement, re-waxed and checked, and within the parameters that were honest about what the conditions supported and what the wings could carry. The autumn mornings were different from the summer mornings. The thermals changed character as the season shifted, becoming less reliable in some ways and more interesting in others, requiring a different kind of attention. He adapted. He had been flying for 6 months now. Not the 2 crossing flights of the escape from Crete, but regular, sustained, accumulated experience. The kind that builds genuine knowledge rather than the kind that produces a single, vivid story. He knew things about the air that he hadn't known in the summer. He knew how the thermals shifted in the hour after dawn. He knew what the cloud formations meant in relation to wind at altitude. He knew, specifically and in detail, what the wax felt like on the wing joints at different temperatures, what normal wear looked like versus the beginning of a stress fracture, how much margin there was between the safe limit and the actual limit, and why his father had set the safe limit where he had. He knew the difference between the safe limit and the actual limit, and he flew at the safe limit. Not because the actual limit was beyond him. He didn't know whether it was beyond him or not, and not knowing was exactly the point. The not knowing was the thing he held. On the last morning of October, he woke before dawn, and the air was cold. Not Sicilian night cold or early summer dawn cool. Cold in a way that meant something. Genuinely, committedly cold. The first real cold of autumn. The air having crossed some threshold in the night from the warmth of summer into something different. He lay still and felt it. He thought about flying. He thought about the temperature record, which he had been keeping since arriving in Cumae, and which would tell him precisely and honestly what this cold meant for the wax, for the joints, for the safe altitude, and the thermal patterns, and all the variables that governed what was possible today. He got up. He went to the workshop. He checked the temperature record. He sat with what it told him for a moment. The cold was within the flyable range. Lower temperatures were, in some ways, better for the wax, which set firmer in cool air. The thermal patterns would be compressed and less reliable, which meant lower effective altitude. The wind at this temperature would be from the northwest, which changed the approach to the headland. He could fly, within reduced parameters, with adjusted attention to the thermals, with the wings rewaxed for cool air conditions, which was a slightly different process from summer rewaxing. He began to rewax. He had been doing this for 20 minutes when his father appeared in the workshop doorway. He looked at Icarus at the table with the wings spread and the wax heating. He looked at the temperature record on the wall. "Cool air rewax," he said. "Yes," said Icarus. "Primary joints with the harder compound, secondary with the standard. I worked it out." His father came in and sat across the table and looked at the wings. "Show me the joints," he said. Icarus showed him the joints, each one, the condition, the rewax approach, the expected result. His father checked each one with his thumbnail, with the thoroughness of someone who has checked wing joints in cool air conditions and knows exactly what he's looking for. "Good," he said when they had been through all of them. "The tertiary joint on the left wing. Use the harder compound there too. It's not strictly necessary, but this cold could settle further, and you want margin." Icarus applied the harder compound to the tertiary joint. "You thought about not waking me," his father said. Icarus was quiet for a moment. "For about 3 seconds," he said. His father nodded, as though this was a reasonable number. 3 seconds is normal," he said. "The question is what you do after the 3 seconds." "I know," Icarus said. "I know you know," his father said. "I'm not correcting you. I'm saying 3 seconds is normal. It doesn't go away. The pull doesn't go away. You just build something stronger than it." He paused. "You have built something stronger than it." Icarus looked at the wing joints. "It didn't feel strong," he said. "It felt like the obvious thing to do." "That's what strong feels like," his father said, "when it's working." They went to the ridge together. The cold morning was extraordinary in a different way from the summer mornings. Not the bleached perfection of the solstice dawn, but something starker and cleaner. The kind of clarity that comes with the first cold. The world stripped back to essentials, the light hard and bright, and without the softening haze of summer heat. The sea was dark, green-gray, and the hills were beginning to turn, and the city below was still sleeping, except for the earliest workshop fires. They stood on the ridge and put the wings on in the cold, and his father checked Icarus's harness, and Icarus checked his father's with the practiced efficiency of people who have done this many times and know exactly what they're checking for and why. Reduced altitude today, his father said. The thermals are compressed. I know, Icarus said. I'll use the headland column. Watch it carefully. In this temperature, it might not extend as high as it did in summer. I know, Icarus said. His father looked at him, not the assessing look he used for structural problems. Something else. Something that Icarus had been seeing more of in the recent months. A look that was almost lateral, as though his father were seeing him slightly from the side rather than straight on, the way you look at something that has changed and you are still in the process of adjusting to the change. What? Icarus said. Nothing, his father said. Ready? Ready, said Icarus. They stepped off the ridge into the cold morning together, and the wings opened, and the air took them. The flight was different from summer flights the way all things are different in autumn. Not less, not diminished, but differently weighted. The cold made the air feel more solid, more present. The wings cut through it with a cleanness that had a different quality from the summer's ease, something more deliberate, requiring slightly more engagement. He loved it. He loved the summer flights, and he loved this differently. The way you can love two versions of the same thing and the loving doesn't cancel out. The headland thermal was where he expected it and rose to almost exactly the altitude he'd calculated, maybe 50 feet lower than the summer peak. He leveled off there and flew level, and the coast was below, and the dark green-gray sea was in every direction, and the sky above was the clear, cold blue of early autumn, and the sun was where it always was. He flew for 30 minutes. He thought about nothing in particular, just the flight itself, the present tense of it, the specific physical facts of this morning, and these wings and this air. He had stopped trying to preserve the flights in memory while he was in them, had stopped the tendency to narrate them to himself, to store them against future loss. He had learned to just be in them, let them be what they were, trust that what mattered would stay. At 30 minutes, he began the descent. He came down over the olive grove in the cold morning, and his feet found the ridge and the wings folded, and he stood there breathing in the particular way you breathe after flight, deeply, gratefully, the body returning to its terrestrial relationship with the ground. His father landed beside him 30 seconds later. They stood on the ridge in the cold, and the city below was beginning to wake. The smoke from the first workshop fires rising straight up in the still autumn air, the sound of the first hammer coming up from the craftsman's quarter, the smell of the morning. Good flight, his father said. Yes, Icarus said. They stood together for a moment. Then his father said, in the tone he used when something was important, but not urgent, I have been thinking about something. Icarus waited. There are people in Rome, his father said, engineers, a community similar to this one but larger, with access to state commissions, aqueducts, public buildings, the kind of infrastructure where this work. He paused. The vaulted structure work, the resonance geometry. There are people there who would understand it and push it further than we can here. Icarus looked at the city below. You want to go, he said. I think there is work there that is worth doing, his father said carefully. That would not be possible here. Another pause. But Cumae has been... He stopped, started again. This has been good. Icarus looked at him. It has been good, he said. I am not sure I knew how to stay somewhere, his father said, before here. I knew how to arrive and how to leave. The middle was always... He paused. The middle was always waiting for the leaving. Icarus thought about Knossos, about the tower, about Kamikos, about the chain of places they had passed through. His father always already looking ahead to the next thing, the next commission, the next problem, the next patron who needed what he could build. And now, Icarus said. His father was quiet for a moment. Now I think I know what the middle is for, he said. He looked out at the sea. I am still learning, but I know what it is. Icarus looked at him and felt something shift, not dramatically, not the way things shift in stories at their climactic moments, but quietly, like a joint settling into alignment. His father was standing on this ridge in this cold morning and was present in it, not already elsewhere, not calculating the exit. Here. Rome, Icarus said. When? Spring, his father said. After winter, after the manuscript is further along, after Thalia's kiln commission is finished. A pause. If you want to come. Icarus looked at him. If I want to, he repeated. You are 15, his father said. You will not always be 15. There may be a direction that is yours and not mine. And if there is, Cumae is as good a place as any to... I'll come, Icarus said. You don't have to. I know I don't have to, Icarus said. I want to. He paused. There are aqueducts in Rome. The engineering on some of them is embarrassingly inefficient, his father said. Yes. I want to see them, Icarus said, and then I want to fix them. His father made the sound that was the closest he came to a laugh. They walked down from the ridge together, through the olive grove, into the waking city. He went back to the cave that afternoon. He had been going regularly through the autumn, not with specific questions most of the time, just to sit in the acoustic space and think, which was what the cave was good for, which was perhaps what it had always been for more than the prophecy. The Sibyl was there. She looked at him when he came in and seemed to note something in his face that she found not surprising, but confirmatory. You look different, she said. It's been 4 months since I first came in here, he said. Not that kind of different, she said. He sat on the floor. We're going to Rome in the spring, he said. I know, she said. Aelia told everyone in the quarter yesterday. Your father is not a subtle man when he has decided something. Icarus smiled at the floor. I wanted to come back before we left, he said. Eventually. I wanted to tell you. He stopped, tried to find what he wanted to say. The question. The real question. I think I finally know what it was. She waited. It wasn't will I know when to stop, he said. And it wasn't will I remember. Those were parts of it. He looked at the curved ceiling. The real question was, am I the kind of person who can be trusted with the sky? The cave held this in its acoustic space, the way it held everything. The Sibyl was quiet for a moment. And, she said, I don't know yet, he said. I think the answer is maybe. I think the answer is getting closer to yes. I think the answer is something you build over a long time rather than something you simply are. He paused, but I'm building it. The Sibyl looked at him for a long time with those dark, clear eyes. That, she said, is the right answer. Is it a prophecy? He said. It's an observation, she said, made by you, which is the only kind that matters. The light moved through the high openings in the rock, and the acoustic space held everything with its usual even care. There's something else, Icarus said. Tell me. The story about me, he said. The one people will tell. I've been thinking about it. He paused. They'll say I flew too high. They'll say the wax melted. They'll say I fell into the sea." He looked at his hands. I think that story exists because it's the easier one, because the other story is harder to tell." "What's the other story?" she said. He thought about it. "A boy who nearly flew too high," he said, "who understood something about limits, who checked the wax, who knocked on the door, who came back, who kept coming back." He paused. "Who is still here?" He looked at her. "That story doesn't have a clean ending. It just keeps going." The Sibyl was quiet. "Stories that keep going," she said, "are harder to remember." "I know," he said, "but harder to forget," she said, "once you have them." He looked at her. "Is that a prophecy?" he said. Something moved at the corner of her mouth. "Go home," she said. "Finish the manuscript, re-wax the wings for storage. Say goodbye to Hermodoros, who will pretend not to be sad about it and will fail." She paused. "Write a letter to the girl in Sicily." He stood up. At the mouth of the corridor, he turned back. "The hand outlines in the caves," he said, "the ones in the hills north of Kamikos, going deeper, smaller, as though someone was marking their way in." He paused. "Or their way out." She looked at him. "Both," she said. They were doing both at the same time. He walked back through the long trapezoidal corridor and out into the Cumaean afternoon, and the autumn was all around him. The light at its new angle, the olive trees doing something different with the wind, the city below going about the particular business of a city that has found its own way to continue. He wrote the letter to Phaena that evening. It was harder than he expected, not because he didn't know what to say, but because he knew too much of it. And the problem was selection, finding the shape of everything that had happened in 4 months and reducing it to something that could travel on a ship and arrive in Sicily still carrying its meaning. He wrote about Cumae, about Aelia and Hermodoros and Thalia and the manuscript and the library's restricted section, and what the Pythagorean ratios did when you applied them to load-bearing curves. He wrote about the summer flights and the temperature record and the fracture he had missed and the conversation that followed. He wrote about the solstice morning and the 3 seconds and the door. He didn't write about the cave. Some things are interior. He wrote about Rome, spring, the aqueducts. At the bottom he wrote, "I have kept the promise. Every flight. I thought you should know. The story you were afraid of. The one where the wax melts. I don't think that's my story. Not because I am careful enough or wise enough, though I am trying to be both. Because I have been choosing every morning that matters to knock on the door. And I think the choosing compounds. I think the habit of it becomes something that holds. I think that might be what you meant when you said fly low. Not the altitude, the returning." He held the letter for a moment. Then he added, "I still haven't seen the caves. When I come back, and I will come back, I don't know when, I don't know the shape of how, but I will come back. Take me to the hand outlines. I want to see where they go." He sealed the letter. Winter came. The manuscript grew. The kiln commission was completed. Thalia's ceramic vessels, fired in the acoustically redesigned kiln, came out with an evenness and quality that she described as unprecedented, and which made her cry briefly and then immediately start planning the next series. Hermodoros catalogued the working documents for the library with the meticulous care of someone archiving something they believe will be consulted for generations. Icarus didn't fly in winter, not because he had been told not to. There was no explicit prohibition. But the conditions in winter were genuinely not suitable. The thermals unreliable, and the temperature variable in ways that made honest calculation difficult, and he had learned enough to trust his honest calculation over his wanting. He spent the winter months in the library and the workshop and thinking about Rome. He drew plans for things he wanted to build there, speculative plans, nothing commissioned, just the thinking in drawings that he had learned from his father and made his own. He designed a vault based on the resonance geometry that he thought might be the most acoustically efficient enclosed space ever built. He showed it to his father. His father looked at it for a long time. "This might actually work," he said. "I know," said Icarus. "Rome has the materials for it," his father said. "The volcanic stone, the lime deposits." "I know," said Icarus. His father looked at him with that lateral look. "When did you get like this?" he said. Icarus looked at the drawing. "I don't know exactly," he said. "It was gradual." His father nodded, as though this was the correct answer to that question. On the last day of winter, Icarus went to the ridge alone at dawn. Not to fly. The wings were in the workshop, stored and sealed for the season, and spring hadn't arrived yet. Not really, though you could feel it in the air the way you had felt the first hint of autumn back in October, as an intimation rather than a fact. He went because it was the ridge, and the ridge was where he had first arrived, and tomorrow they would be leaving for Rome, and he wanted to stand here one more time in the dark before the dawn, and be in this specific place before it became the next place they had left. The city was below him, the library with its restricted section, the workshop with its stone table, the cave with its trapezoidal corridor and its curved acoustic ceiling, the olive grove where they had landed in the summer dark 4 months ago with the wings on their backs and their breath quick from the crossing. He stood on the ridge and breathed the almost spring air and thought about all of it. He thought about the tower in Crete. 3 years of a small room and a high window, and the sky visible but unreachable, and the feathers that came through the window one by one, and the thing his father was building in the lamplight, and the door that never opened, and the door that finally opened. He thought about the sea, the crossing, Lidos in the corridor with his helmet, Proclas with his 4 questions, and his boat and his complete pragmatic acceptance of a boy who had flown. He thought about Kamikos, about Phaena on the terrace, and the dark hills, and the caves full of hand outlines, and the lamp burning down in the corridor, and Fly Low, and the meaning he understood now that he hadn't understood then. He thought about the solstice morning, and the 3 seconds, and the knock on the door, and the number arrived at honestly, and the flight within the number, and the coming back. He thought about the manuscript, and the resonance geometry, and Thalia's variable, and Hermodoros asleep in his chair. He thought about Rome. The sky was beginning to lighten to the east, the first gray of it above the dark sea, the stars fading one by one with the unhurried patience of things that have been doing this for longer than any city has existed. He stood on the ridge and watched the dawn come. He was not in the sky. He was here, on the ground, on this specific ridge above this specific city, watching the light change, and the ground was solid under his feet, and the wings were in the workshop, and the morning was arriving with its usual completeness. He felt the sky above him. He always felt it. That awareness, that presence, the upward direction existing at the edge of all things, the fact of air and altitude, and the possibility of both. He had thought when he was in the tower that what he wanted was to escape it, that the wanting was about the tower, about the confinement, about the specific wrongness of that specific imprisonment. But it wasn't. The wanting was just his. It belonged to him the way his hands belonged to him, the way his questions belonged to him. It would be there always, not as a wound, not as an absence, but as a direction, a true north, the thing that was most completely himself. He stood on the ridge and felt it and held it and did not move toward it. Not now. Not this morning. This morning he would go back down the ridge and into the city and finish packing and have breakfast with his father and say goodbye to Hermodoros and to Thalia and to Aelia. And the goodbyes would be the real kind, not the kind you make in the dark before dawn while someone is still asleep. And then Rome. And after Rome, somewhere else. And through all of it, the going, the arriving, the staying for a while, the going again, the wings in their pack on his back, re-waxed and checked, ready for the conditions that were honest, and the dawn flights when the thermals were reliable, and the coming back, always the coming back. The sun came over the horizon. The light hit the sea first, and then the rooftops, and then the olive grove, and then the ridge where he was standing, and the warmth of it was on his face. Not the fierce summer sun, not the thing that was a variable in calculations, just the morning, just the light, just the ordinary, extraordinary fact of a new day arriving. He stood in it for a moment. Then he turned and walked down through the olive grove into Cumae, into the waking city, into the morning. Behind him the ridge was empty, and the sky above it was clear and high and full, going up and up without a visible end. And the air was there, and the thermals were forming as the sun warmed the dark volcanic rock of the headland, and everything was possible. Everything was possible. He walked into the city. He did not look back, not because there was nothing worth looking back at, because he was going somewhere.